building department and the planning board and the ARB and the zoning board of appeals, and just sort of try to accord. We looked at a bunch of them last time, 3 weeks ago at our last meeting. I'm not going to go over it, but you can read the memo to get, there's a memo that's online on our website where you can see the issues that we kind of discussed, and in most cases asked for more information for, and in some cases we've already now gotten some proposed legislation that won't be probably the subject of any formal action tonight at the meeting, but we're moving. It was very, very nice for the village attorney is very busy and he managed to find time to put this together, as is the village planner, to put some work into drafting some of those things for us. Tonight, we have a couple of other issues, but the memo was very long and we didn't get to all the issues that we talked about last time. So we have probably another 6 or so, including a couple that have been added since the last meeting, to go over and talk about. And it's open, it's an open forum, so you can weigh in if you want to talk with us about it. Andy, I'll let you kick off since your memo, you can kick off, and we'll start with number 1. We'll start with
So thanks so much. So last meeting, the board asked staff to come back with a draft code amendments for the ARB review scope change and for the planning board technical scope changes having to do with lot line changes, and for the veterinarian's office, allowing that in the downtown area. Amazingly enough, we got actually all 3 of those drafted for your review. They've been shared with the board. They've been posted online. And I can briefly summarize each of those. The action for the board tonight would be, if you want, in our regular meeting, to set a public hearing date for
the next meeting or the meeting after that.
No, we want to go out like a month and a half because the county gets 30 days to review.
Okay.
So it looks like April.
And our planning board as well, you have to send it to our planning board for their advisory opinion.
So we can start the process tonight if we want to, setting a public hearing for
April 25th.
April 25th.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's the day.
All right, so why don't you summarize the 3 things, then we'll get to the new issues. The 3 issues that we did say we'd like to see some legislation, and now here we go, 3 weeks later, we have legislation. So tell us about that.
So with the ARB, which reviews any visual changes to the exterior of buildings, the idea was to kind of optimize the balance between the cost of applications and the time-consuming process review with neighborhood awareness and impact controls, which they're supposed to do. And to kind of revisit that, the proposal was to reduce the scope of ARB review to exempt certain kinds of minor changes to buildings from ARB review. If they're too close to a lot line, they're going to go to zoning for variance. If they're part of a larger project, they're going to go to planning. But the ARB's role, it could be modified. And this would include minor changes to the rear facing walls that can't really be seen from the front. The board had talked about exempting things that can't be seen from the street. But as the staff looked at this more carefully, we realized that things on the side of a house can be seen from the street. Sometimes even a larger thing on the back of a building could be seen from the street, especially if it's a side street. So we opted in favor of a simple rule of, if a project involves 30% of the square foot of the side of the house that it's on, if it's equal to or above that, the ARB would see it. And if it's below that, it would be exempt from the ARB. So if it's just a few windows or something like that, it'd be exempt.
Even if it's on the front of the building?
It's on the front of the building, any side of the building, basically.
Any side of the building. So even if it was a change of the front of the building, if it's only 30% of the square footage of that building, it would be
Exempt from the review. And I think Mandy's here
Who
tonight.
determined the 30%? The building inspector?
Yeah, it's a measurement that the building inspector, when they have a project proposal, they can make an assessment as to whether it needs to go for board review or not, based on that formula. So Mandy's here, he knows a lot more about it than I do, but you can certainly ask him questions.
Yeah, well, it's not 30% of the building, it's 30% of the elevation where the work is being done.
of the wall, basically.
Of the wall, not including the roof.
Of the side that's being.
Yes.
That is correct.
The one thing that jumps out at me is the fact that, I mean, the original intent was that, well, things that are facing the street are, particularly, particularly impactful. Whereas changes to the side or the back that can't really be seen from the street, although they can be seen, but they're not in front of you. That those might be exempt. Changing to a de minimis rule, which just says that if it's small enough that we're not going to review with the ARB. I think I'm fine with that for the sides and the back. But for the front, I sort of feel like if there's any material change to the front of the building, I feel like that should be an ARB review. And I just think the front of the building is different in terms of it's just.
Impacts on the community. Yeah, I think that's what we discussed at the meeting.
We spoke about that. If the issue comes, let's say you have a building at a corner. Now you got two front and then you got the rear of the building, which is visible from the street as well. So it just get too open, too technical, back to the same situation that we are today, where pretty much almost everything will go to the board. And if the idea is to kind of cut back a little bit, that's why we came up with a percentage that even if it's in the front, 30% is really not all that much. It's probably a deck, maybe the porch, maybe something minor.
Then that to me, a deck on the back, a deck on the side, I don't think we need ARB. A deck on the front, I think no matter how big it is, I think ARB review would be appropriate. I would say this, I think whether it can be seen from the street is probably not the right test. Probably just simply if it's facing the street.
Right.
If the wall faces the street, and if somebody has a corner lot, then they got two walls that face the street. That's what you get to be king of the hill, but you also have two exposures on the street, so you have to deal with that. But I would say that's a clean way to look at it, right? If it faces the street, then it gets ARB review, and we didn't want to give him any discretion to make a decision about that, right? We just wanted to make it a
That's
clean,
correct.
yes or no, it goes to the ARB. But if it's not facing the street, then I'm fine with the 30% rule. Any thoughts?
Yeah, one thing I mentioned earlier in the last meeting is when it goes to the ARB, there is neighbor notification. And the problem here is that a project could go forward without input from the neighbors or the neighbors knowing about it. So could there be a mechanism whereas somebody applies to you for a project that falls within this modification here? And that you would ask them to notify the neighbors about the work that's going to be done. So the neighbors have an opportunity to put their input about how, if they would object or not object to the work that would be done.
Again, we're right back to the board requirements. Anything that goes in front of the board has to be notified to the general area. Anything coming.
I think with trustee Carlton, sorry.
I understand. I know what he said. I want to get there. The thing is, then that becomes the case of any building permit. Even, any building permit that comes to the building department, how are we going to notify the neighbor, wait, there's work going to be going on next door to you?
Yeah, but eventually it comes to one of those.
If it goes to the
ARB,
board,
planning
if it does, then yes, but anything that doesn't go to the board, we don't notify the neighbors. I mean, we'll be notifying everybody for everything. I mean, thousands of permits are coming through, you have to notify the neighbor. That's why everything is narrowed down to only anything coming in front of the board. That is significant. All the other stuff, I mean, then we're gonna be constantly doing
I'm
that.
sure we could find a mechanism to inform the immediate neighbors that this project has been applied for, that the building inspector is going to review it and determine whether or not it has to go before the ARB, or in the case we can talk about the planning board. And then they have an opportunity to submit their objection. I
To
mean, that's
me,
something
that addition gonna come to the building department, because it's not going in front of the board, so I'm gonna get inundated with letters, with phone calls, with visitors, with everybody that I gotta explain to them individually what is going on next door. That's what's gonna happen, because when we do it at a forum like this, then it's open. One person speak to everybody at the same time. There, it's gonna be at the building department, Manny,
Right.
one after the other.
So for me, if there isn't a mechanism to notify neighbors, I don't think that's a good way to go.
You could just do a sign for one thing and not have the cost of doing individual mailings, which is a pain in the neck.
Some type of mechanism.
That might solve the problem.
Well,
if there's some sort of, they have to put, I mean, because we see that with a lot of, most of the building permits that require some sort of visible display. If they were required to do that at their own expense, at the homeowner's expense, their requirement, they have
but
to.
the thing is, who's gonna answer the questions? Are they gonna knock on the neighbors and say, let me see what you're doing? Or they're gonna come to the building department? What do
Well,
they do?
you direct them on the sign to, you have to write a letter to the building department by such and such a date or something like that.
So you're saying what happens now is they come to the planning board meeting or the ARB meeting to make their appointments. Now you're saying they would come to you, and that's
That's
not
gonna
efficient use of your time to answer those
Exactly.
questions.
It's gonna have to, somebody has to answer a question, and if you put up a sign letting them know something is going on, you can't put all of the information there, and even if you do.
Well, they're
people
just
not
they're gonna wanna, yeah.
They want answers.
Well, it's
But
natural.
should they
Maybe-
do it anyway? Like if a project's going on and they're not aware of it?
Well, they come in front of the board and answer here, not at the building department. But if we do it that way, they're not coming to the board, but we're letting them know, listen, if you have questions, call the building department. Now,
Because then
yeah,
you'll be overloaded. Is there a
Be
way though
overloaded.
that we could communicate, figure out a way we could do it so it's not hard on your department?
well, the problem is you're communicating, and that's gonna generate questions. Who will answer those questions is the question.
It's that, what we have is we have a conflict between Joe's desire, based on an experience that he had personally, of that if he hadn't have notice of somebody putting up something in their backyard with blocked your view, and then he worked out something with them. So he has this personal experience that he's drawing on of why a neighbor would have a good reason to be advised of a architectural change in the property next door, even if from our perspective, it's a de minimis, it's under 30%, or it's, otherwise, well, I guess we really only be talking now about the 30% on the sides or the back, non-facing the street. I mean, here's my thing. I mean, I understand where Joe's coming from, but the point is, in the circumstance you're describing, they don't have a claim, right? I mean, these are people coming in to say what's going on here, but if it is something that's within, if it's that they have a building permit and they're not getting a variance, they're not getting any formal board review because they don't need formal board review, then basically what you're saying is the people are coming to you to complain about their neighbors changing their windows, and you're gonna tell them nothing I can do. They have a right to change their windows. So all you're doing is creating like issues that are not resolvable because the neighbors are upset, but they're not empowered to do anything about it.
Neither am I, so, but yeah, we're generating a situation where they're gonna come anyway. So,
Well, because that's what, I mean, and I understand your point, because they get notice in the mail, your neighbor's doing this, like, wait a second, what are they doing? And they get all alarmed, and they come in, and so even if you assuage their concerns, it still took you half an hour to explain to them
I
that.
tell them, it's
what they're doing with the
legal, it's
windows.
approved, here's the permit, here's the code, here's that.
Under what we have currently, how often do neighbors go to these meetings to have
Not
questions?
often,
Not often,
not often.
so,
I mean, there are people that do come, but if we're doing, say 5, I mean, it'd be lucky to get one application that somebody comes in with some comments on it. I work also in Mount Vernon, and we have multitudes of notices that go out, and then they have to stamp it and sign it back to and then they have to sign in at, by 3 o'clock before the planning board meeting. It's very convoluted. And that's probably the reason that nobody shows up, but that's
Well, let's stick to Nyack about the fact that you're saying that people don't generally show up, which is a useful bit of data. If they show up, and mostly they're showing up occasionally, I would assume, to protest, what percentage of situations would their protest be able to be addressed if they don't have if there's not a problem with the.
a lot of times they're not protesting. They just want to get more information about what's going on. And then they'll maybe say, well, what about this and that? And then the board works it out with them.
Well, I would suggest perhaps, that the person, the homeowner, put up notices around his property of whatever project they're doing. And if, there is some, pushback, Manny, you could say, well, now I have to bring it to the, ARB.
But I already issued the permit, but I'm gonna pull that permit?
What's that?
I will have already issued the permit,
I
so I will have to pull the permit. and bring it back.
I just want to say, I think that's the idea that somebody by protesting the issuance of the permit, for something that someone's doing that is really not, by virtue of the fact that it's not going in front of the planning board in the first place, is not a substantial change. Someone comes in and protests it, and all of a sudden now the homeowner has to go to the ARB. That's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying, that's what we're trying to plan. We're trying to avoid the idea that a neighbor can trigger some sort of land use review just by making a complaint. If Manny has already looked at it and determined that it's not the kind of change that requires ARB approval or a planning board approval.
Once that they get to the ARB, there's really very little, it's really very subjective and whatever. I mean, it's not something that you're going to, they may change it a little bit or whatever. The planning board is a much more robust body that is really in state law and whatever. And the ARB is not as, they don't have as many tools up there. But they're there's neighbors and whatever, and the board are neighbors. They try to deal with anybody that's there, whether or not they can. And if they can't, there's very little that they can do for a protest that wins at the ARB. If the ARB, makes a determination.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a point of order?
Sure, of course.
Okay, we have a lot of other items on the agenda, so this is something that we'll could hash out, in the lead up to a public hearing, and then at a public hearing, people can make their, comments.
If we were gonna set a public hearing for this, it would be for till April what?
25th, and we'd have to set the hearing on a specific version of this draft law. So if the board wanted to have a 30% threshold applied to the rear and the sides, but not the front.
Well, also, we have to hash out Joe's thing as well, because I think I think he's right that we shouldn't take up a whole time with this. Why don't we have a meeting in 2 weeks. We got these late in the week, all three of these, legislation. The one I think we can put on for public hearing. If anybody is, it's like 2 lines for the veterinarian.
That one, I think, in the planning board one as well.
And the planning board one.
The lot line change one, which is.
Did anybody have an issue with the lot line change one?
Nope.
Just anyone have an issue with the lot line change? All right, in the meeting, we'll put those 2 up for public hearing. We'll hold
Okay.
this one for now.
Okay.
And we'll talk about it in 2 weeks. We'll have more time to look at it. We'll have more time to think through this. These things get complicated. We're trying to protect the rights of the neighbors, but we're also trying not to create conflict where none would otherwise exist. All right, so that's for the 3 things that we resolved or we got information on last week. I'm very grateful, the board's very grateful to both the planner and the village attorney for their quick work on that to get it to us, and 2 of the 3 of them will be going to public hearing at the next possible opportunity. All right, what's the next? We now have the next one is the district zoning amendment, right? The waterfront district zoning amendment. Yes, I forgot the key word of that sentence.
Right.
Why don't we, I think we have, it's written up what you want to say about it. Joe's the one who has proposed this, and I know he feels very strongly about it, so why don't you explain what it is you're proposing and why?
Okay, in 2015 to 2016, there was a request to change the waterfront zoning code. It was accepted by the village board at the time, at the behest of the TZ Vista developers. And since that time, nothing's happened. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. I said in 2015, 2016, there was a request by the developers of the TZ Vista to change the waterfront zoning code to accommodate their project, which meant higher, denser buildings And at the time, the village board accepted it and they changed the waterfront code. I feel that after 7 years, it was instituted in 2017, after 7 years, I think we should consider going back to the original waterfront zoning code, which was a very sensible code. I mean, it wasn't that restrictive, and that if another developer or another project goes on, then they could come back to the village board for a special permit if they want to have higher densities, higher heights and so forth. And by the way, the old code also had required access to the waterfront. Not only view sheds, but also actual physical access to the waterfront. I have the actual code here, if anybody wants to see it. This is from pre-2016.
Now, does anybody have questions? I have a question, Bill.
No, go ahead.
Defer. What were the specific, because I'm anticipating that what we're gonna do is really drill down into this to try to determine what was actually changed, but you spent more time with it, so what were the specific 2017 changes that you think would be good to be undone? Just because my understanding of it, and I haven't looked at it closely, is that it was largely about extending discretion to be able to approve things by special permit. It didn't necessarily, by its very nature, change the requirements without review, I guess is the way to put it. But you might know better than I do.
It did. For instance, I'll give you an instance, building height. Building height was at the time, the maximum building height allowed was 45 feet. And that was under a number of things that needed to be fulfilled. In terms of the maximum height, in terms of building width and so forth. The text amendment changed that, if I'm not mistaken, to 52 feet. Is that correct?
I can't respond.
Yes, it is. Was it 52 feet, right? Okay. So at least I'm right on that. And also density was increased, FAR was increased from 0.9 to 1.5. And I think that in view of what we've seen recently in the village, I think there is a need to pull back a little bit. And again, if the developers want to go forward with a larger height, larger FAR, then they could apply to the village board for a special permit to do that. But what's going to happen is that, let's say another developer comes in and they have this, the text amendment parameters. You know, I think it's time for us to be able to pull back, review it, and decide whether or not we want to have such height, such density, and so forth, especially on the waterfront.
What was I'm just curious, the old, in the pre-17 zoning code, that must have some point have been instituted after, at some point, because there's so many buildings that would not comply with that on the waterfront.
Right, there was a pushback, there was a, after those buildings went up at 103, Rivercrest and so forth, there was a change. There was a change back.
There's a change because of an older comprehensive plan, I think it was 2004 or whatever. And then that zoning came in at that point.
In 2004, so 2004, 2017, okay. All right, I know there's people that want to speak to this. First of all, do you have any questions, any comments? Board?
I'll hold off for now.
Yeah, me as well.
Okay. I know there's people here that have thoughts on this. If they want to share them, just stand up. Try to come up to the podium so we can hear you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Cairns. I was chair of the residential committee of the first master planning process. And I just want to say, I agree with what you're saying, Joe. When we went through that process, it was a very open process. We had a lot, we worked for, it was the first master plan that we'd ever done for the village of
This is
Nyack.
back in 05. Is that what you're talking about?
I think it was even before that.
Oh,
we
I'm sorry,
started.
I'm trying to place
But it was the
time.
first one,
I'm talking about
whatever,
that before, okay.
I've been here a long time. And, you know, we did surveys, there was a lot of public participation. And we looked at past zoning from the, I think it was there's a waterfront document. I remember there's some kind of guidance, I think, at the time that was very weak, and there was a lot of strong support for strengthening the protections for the waterfront. And so, you know, that got passed, we got zoning protections, and then it felt like a lot of that got unraveled without the same kind of public involvement in this second master plan and subsequent zoning changes that were done afterwards that, you know, those of us that worked on that thoroughly felt didn't do due diligence that we had done. So that, I just want to put that out there, that I think it's really, especially when we have, you know, changes that have been made that have been sitting there for years and years and, you know, hasn't been implemented. I think the village doesn't have an obligation to maintain that, especially when it was so hard fought. There were so many people who, you know, had a problem with it. The other thing that's changed since then is the gateway has become extremely dense and cluttered, and I really think this idea of taking a pause and looking at the traffic implications and everything else of what we're dealing with now because of the added density that we have now really does change the game. I take my daughter up to middle school often, and coming into Nyack in the evening, the traffic is just so bad. You know, having that 5-way intersection at the throughway with the numbers of cars on the road now has just made a bad situation much worse. And, you know, those new buildings aren't fully occupied yet. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, come on, John.
Hi, John Gramata, 8 First Avenue. So about the previous zoning, twenty seventeen, it was 35 feet, and you could get to 45 feet if you provided certain amenities.
Exactly, that's right.
And that zoning was put into place as a reaction to the Claremont project, after which the entire village board was ran out of town, pretty much. There's just a couple things to know too, is that the waterfront zoning that exists under the change zoning applies to the entire waterfront, you know, from Main Street north. So it also applies to the zone, to the boat club and to 101 and 103 Gedney. And that's another reason why to look at it, because it also it puts development pressure on also on the boat club. But I would argue too that we need to look at it because the village made some concessions to a developer in order to achieve certain amenities in town, which we didn't get. And now you see the reaction to all the zoning, all the building that's happening up on Main Street. And that was going to be built here in this zoning is much denser than anything we've got up there. And I think there'd be a pretty strong reaction if actually the TZ Vista had ever been built. It's probably similar to the Claremont, which also promises a lot of amenities that we never got. We just haven't, the whole public-private partnership to try to make something work on the waterfront has not worked. You know, we really need to take a look at why and think about that land and give it another look and really kind of give us a thorough understanding of what we want in the village and what residents really want and what would work for developers too. So I urge you to take another look at this zone.
Anybody else want to talk to this? Yeah, come on, Charles. Boy, how did I know people want to talk about this?
No, it's all right. Thank you, Manny. So my name is Dražen Čačković. I'm one of the owners of part owner of the property, so I am an interested party. But tonight I really came as an architect to speak to you about this, and hopefully I can just distinguish this a little bit. What Joe said, it was accurate about the change in the height from 45 to 52 feet. But there was another change, and I hope you can hear me. Yeah, I'll try to speak a little bit louder. I'm sorry. So the previous zoning was your conventional zoning, a little bit restrictive, but your conventional zoning. What I think was attempted when the village undertook the effort was something between that zoning and the so-called form-based zoning, which our planner would know about, where you try to define the shape of the buildings and the communities so that you don't get maybe a skyscraper in the park, but you get streets, something that we have in Nyack. So as a result of that, that new zoning mandated a lot of different things, from the setbacks of the buildings to the percentage of the glass that's permitted, to the location on the property, to architectural character and so on. So it wasn't just a simple, let's increase some features of the zoning, but it was a lot more complex process. And I actually spent a little bit of time today getting familiar with this, so I just realized that it was actually a fairly good effort. I think you're probably interested in hearing in a nutshell what were the critical changes. So let me get to those. One is the increase in the height. It went from 45 feet to
35 to
45.
45 and.
Yeah, I'll
and
explain in a
then
second.
52.
Yeah, so you're correct. The base zoning was 35. It allowed the increase to 45 if the building width was reduced by 10% of the parcel width. And then it went to 52 feet. That is this much height on a huge waterfront. And so I just brought this little illustration. This shows you Gedney from West Shore Towers, Nyack Boat Club, and you see Claremont Commons. And you see the three buildings here. In red is the increase in height, just to give you some visual idea.
You're saying from 45 to 52.
Yes, at 7 feet, it's about this much. On an exterior, that's really the minimus change.
Why don't you show that to everybody so they can see?
Yeah, sure.
Well, let her show it just so you can keep talking.
Yeah, but it is the change, and it was specifically made so that the fifth story was possible. In concert with this went the change in the width. It used to be 60% of the parcel could be occupied by the buildings, which could be reduced to 50% which would have to be reduced to 50% if you went up. The new zoning allowed 60%, 70% if there were three watershed view sheds, but that's not the case, so that wouldn't apply. And that change is also fairly minimal. I just wanted to give you an idea that what you see here is a footprint in beige of the buildings that were proposed. And here you see the footprint per old zone, the red. So they're almost the same. They're very, very close. It allows a little bit more width here. But what it allows for an architect, and that's why I say it's a good code, it allows a little bit elbow room. Let's design the building so that it looks a little bit better rather than rectangles, which admittedly here, they were just very simple rectangles. But that's what the old zoning would create. It would create West Shore Towers because you would have to be on that 82 feet. And you, Joe, probably know that the two-sided corridor multifamily building, you need about 75 feet. That rectangle that you see here is 82 feet wide. So the only thing that, a little bit extra elbow room allows you is to go in and out. And we try to take that advantage of it. So it's really it's a de minimis change also.
Okay, I don't want to get too much into the details of that particular
Right.
building. So I think he's talking about a more global change to I think your point the point you're making is largely that these changes were not dramatic in terms of going from 35 to 45 to 52, 35 to 45 based if you narrow it a little bit then. And now you go to 52. And your point is that wasn't that dramatic a change. I'll take that as a position, as a fair-minded position on your side. There were a lot of other, it wasn't just.
Yeah, so let me there are two more items I wanted to
All right,
mention. The density.
We got like a minute to go with the two other
Okay,
items.
the density, it was 33 before with bonus. It was 33, the bonus was sustainable increase, and it went to 35. That's also the minimus change. And the last one was the FAR, which went from 0.5, as you mentioned, to 1.5. We proposed 1.4 because we couldn't even get to that number. What that had to do primarily, two things. One was for sale apartments are much larger, as you know, than apartments for rent.
All right, all
So
right.
it allowed us-
We're going to the thing that I don't want to do, which
Yeah,
is to
okay.
talk about your building. Because we're talking about the zoning code itself, which is independent of what might happen with a specific building.
Right.
Here's my suggestion. This is absolutely something we should look at. I think that it definitely merits study. He feels very strongly about it. There's a lot of people in the community that feel strongly about it. I think it's something that we should engage. I mean, I don't think we want to put up for any, I don't think we have any legislation now, I guess, except to say to undo it and go back to the bat, but I think that would be making the same. I think the point is we want a process of actually talking about it and getting public comment on it and whatnot. So I would say that we'll probably try to do another meeting, maybe
Another workshop?
I mean, we're a little full up, but what I'd like to do is I'd like to really break down. You gave us the two things, but I want to I want to do element by element and just really identify, because also a lot of what gets mixed up in what the zoning text amendment was not the zoning text amendment, it was the special permit, which had other elements to it that was negotiated with the board once it got to the
But
board.
that's still in place. Everybody has to come to this board to get the approval for any new project.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, but things that were done as part of the special permit were not part of the text amendment. So people might think, well, that's part of the text amendment. It wasn't. It was part of the second part of the process where you went to get the special permit. So let's put this up as a priority. That's my suggestion.
I think someone had a question. Did you have a question?
Yeah. I'd like to-
Okay, sure. Yeah, we got some other things we have to get
Sorry,
to.
I'm
So,
probably speaking out of turn because I'm actually not a Nyack resident,
okay,
although I spent most of my life in Nyack. And I remember coming to all of the meetings about the waterfront. And I would just like to say, as a water protector, we really do need to think about what's on the riverfront, how it affects the river itself, what happens in these times of environmental changes with storm surges and all sorts of environmental damages that are happening. So I just feel this is a bigger discussion that.
well, that's
Yeah.
exactly the point I'm
Okay, so
making, is
thank
that we
you.
want to have a bigger discussion about it than we can do when it's one element out of six that we're talking about. So let's do some study of this. Let's get the people involved in it, and let's see where it takes us, and let's have some public opportunities for the public to weigh in and be part of it. Is everybody good with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. The next one is the moratorium on new construction, which people were referencing, the construction that's taken place on Upper Main. There's been 3 new buildings put up there since there was, I guess, there was some change in the zoning. When was the change in the zoning that allowed for the buildings? There was something changed. When was it?
Yeah, it was in the, I think together with the comprehensive master plan in 2017, I think.
We
those-
made it DNU two.
That's right.
The difference primarily between DNU two and DNU one is
The building.
that you didn't need to build retail on the ground floor as opposed to downtown.
Yeah.
That's the major change.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain it.
Yeah, basically, I think it's time for the village to take a step back, take a pause. You see what's happening on the Upper Main. I don't think everybody likes, I don't like to see all the higher, denser buildings that went up there. And besides the aesthetic look, there's also a problem with infrastructure, traffic, and so forth. Now, we haven't really experienced yet because those apartments aren't full occupancy yet. And we see all sorts of issues, setbacks from the, sidewalks are very narrow. Buildings are on top of each other. I think it's time just to have a step back, part of my comment, we have to step back and to, we just review everything, because I don't want to have a situation where there are more tear downs and more buildings like that going up. I don't think, the village can withstand that. And I think that we need to just step back, review, and do a major revamp of, the zoning code. And another thing is, I think that the bonus incentives, for instance, there's a requirement to provide a 10% affordable housing, right? That's correct.
And there's a density bonus attached to that.
That's right, but the density bonus should be on top of the 10%. In other words, I have the zoning code here, that if you provide more than the 10%, you're eligible for a density bonus or height. And that hasn't happened. That did not happen with the Diana Place, that did not happen with the Montclair. They received additional density, but they only gave the 10%.
You see, early on in the, with your previous codes. With your previous codes, you had a 20% density bonus, and you never built any affordable housing. And that's why the board then changed it to 10%. That was the rationale for it. And again, the board was never very interested in doing 20% or 15%, because the give back for the bonus probably doesn't make sense for being able to build it, but that's something you could pursue. And by the way, I've done studies of the upper Main Street and whatever, in terms of potential development and things like that. I can give that to the board.
Okay, but I think just in general, just to step back, review the zoning codes and decide whether we want to continue with them or we want to revise them to pull them back a little bit. I think it's about time.
And Joe, we also had, a couple of years ago, we changed the sustainability bonus. We cut it in half.
I mean, there are various bonus incentives, sure, but we need to review it.
I guess my concern with doing a pause is that right now, as we all have abundantly made clear, we're in a bit of a housing crisis, and we do need a more available stock of housing in Rockland as a whole and in that. Particularly what I'd like to see going forward is more affordable housing. So I do think we should look at our set asides and even our buyout. I don't think we should have a buyout because it hasn't really served us as enough money to even do anything with going forward. And we see that most developers are buying out of it, and
Well,
we're
we
getting.
haven't had a buyout since we moved it up to 100 though.
Right, but what we have now is we don't have enough affordable housing to begin with. And we do have some buildings that are not fully occupied where we could get people to live in them. I mean, I certainly can't afford those buildings, so I couldn't imagine anyone else being able to afford them. So I do see an issue with that, but I also don't. I don't see a moratorium helping. I think reviewing our codes, we can do both at the same time, because any moratorium stops that progress, and we're constantly hearing, I know everyone else is hearing about how it's just less and less affordable to live here. So I don't see that. I don't see those two things working together to sort of help with our affordability crisis and help make sure we're building responsibly.
Just to clarify, he's talking about a moratorium. I believe you're talking about a moratorium only on Upper Main, so it wouldn't be the entire village.
too.
The DME.
But I sort of agree with you insofar as I'm open to everything you're suggesting about looking at the code and looking at the buildings that were built and trying to see if we can learn from some of the experiences that we've had, because I don't know that they were all, I don't think I'm as negative on them as you are and some of the people that spoke up were. But I think that some things could have been handled differently. This was all done before.
We raised the buyout.
It was all done before we raised the buyout, which we did a couple years ago, but actually, what I was gonna say, it was all before, you were the only person on the, I don't know, no, you weren't even on the board for that.
None of
So nobody here was on the board when those were done. So none of us were wedded to anything, and I would be happy to look at it. I just don't like the idea of the moratorium because, first of all, I don't think we could apply it to anybody who's in progress right now. Because that would be pulling the rug out from under people who have made good faith decisions. And I think that we don't need 6 months to look at this. I think we can look at it and make a decision, have an up or down vote on whether we want to change the. We can do that by, May or June, which, all right, we can do it under 6 months.
Are there any applications for the DMU two new buildings?
Not in the DMU two right now.
And there we go, that's the opportunity. So
Not
that
new,
will be
not
like
new
opportunity.
construction.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, I don't know if somebody is in the process, there's not be an application process, it could be somebody who's buying, who just bought a building with anticipation. I just don't think, I think the planning board makes these decisions. I don't think that a moratorium, I think we can change the zoning, but I don't think we make a moratorium in anticipation that we might change the zoning. But I'm willing to consider and talk about changing the zoning, and ratcheting it back or making some other accommodation to try to limit the height or whatever of the buildings that come in there. Yeah, man.
Yes.
We do have one project in the DMU too. Tarantella Pizzeria put in an application to
It
build.
wants to go up, yeah.
Yes, that's right, there is one. It's got nothing to do with it.
Tarantella.
Right, because.
Isn't Tarantella, DMU one?
No, that's in Mexico. Well, actually, it might be at the, yeah, it might be at the board, DMU one, yeah.
All right, what,
Yeah, it might be right at the border, yeah.
Is that the one on Main Street? Or is like a little further?
all right, so
But
my
yeah.
point is, I'm 100% in favor of looking at it and
Looking at
making,
zoning.
be deliberating, but I just don't wanna, I don't like the idea. Here's the thing, we get a lot of, we want people to build good things here. We want good developers to come here. Having a story in the Hudson, the Rockland Business Journal, that Rockland puts a moratorium on building in Nyack sends a message that I don't think we want to send. I don't think that putting a moratorium on all, regardless of their merits, regardless of what they're trying to do, that a flat moratorium makes sense. I think that us taking the same investigation into what happened up there, that we're taking into the waterfront zoning amendment, I think that's what we should do. That's what I would suggest.
How about an expedited review of the zoning case? The DMU two good zoning case, a priority review.
I think that, I'm fine with putting it on the front burner, sure. We can't do everything at once, but we'll put it on the front burner. I'll look at that. Everybody good with that?
Mr. Mayor, I will provide you with the studies I've done, so you can see exactly potential and other.
Thank you, that'd be great.
Previous code, the previous.
No, I did it based on the.
No, I'm talking about, in order to review, we need to see the previous code. And then after the change and see what the changes are. I like to see point by point.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me get to the last few things. I want to make sure we get through them, before we have 6 minutes.
Yep.
All right, but some of these are going to be very quick. The parklets, the parklets are those, when they put the concrete barriers out in front of the restaurants, so they block off, so the restaurant can put a couple of tables out. We've done it for the last 3 or 4 years. It started during COVID. We're considering, should we do it again? If there's negative parts of it, you lose some parking spaces. There's positive, the restaurants get a couple extra tables. There's winners and losers with it. The restaurants do pay for the parking. They do pay for the value of that space, so they're not getting a free ride on it. We did want to look at it. It was something I was going to talk about at the business council today, but I had to postpone the meeting because I was in the city. And I don't know but we need to get an answer soon because we have to do it. So we have to
Yeah,
put it
if you
up.
could just, if the board isn't allowed us to go forward, that we'll administer that program this year in the usual way. But if we're gonna keep on doing it for years, we should write it.
We
into
should
law.
have, we should have a code about it,
I'm
yeah.
not suggesting that you cancel the program.
You don't.
Well, I think we were taking, well, I think if we're gonna do it, we should have a code for it.
Yeah.
My point was that, just since it's up, do we wanna actually, is anybody here to speak about the parklets? It's not the sexiest thing in the world, but someone here might have like a really strong opinion one way or the other.
Oh,
Well, I have a strong opinion, but I think they're ridiculous. Maybe I do have a strong opinion.
That sounded pretty strong.
There's one near me and I'm one of the residents of Maine and Midland, in a house, not a high rise. But sometimes the bump outs, and I think this just, if this is like something that you want to do, they have to be placed better. If the one where you turn from Main Street onto Midland going north is a little bit of a surprise.
We didn't have that one.
You know,
That was Karen Dare, we got rid of that last year.
Yeah, I mean.
We didn't put it because it was a post office box. The reason it was weird was that there was a post office box, then we had to work around it.
So I'm just saying, like, I never understand, it certainly hasn't saved restaurants in town.
All right, for our purposes, let's do this. Let's at least look at.
The placement of them. on-
Can I,
Yeah, okay.
can I, how many did we do last year?
10.
I'm gonna say 10, but I was gonna double check that.
I mean, I'd be interested in what it is.
Well, you know, the thing is, we tried not to play favorites with it. We tried to say anybody who had the capacity to do them could apply for them, rather than say, well, we don't want you to get one, we want you to get one. And it was sort of like, it was sort of, but there weren't that, see, there's so many places that can't get them.
Yeah.
Because they have a handicap parking in front of there, or they don't have enough space, or they're on a tree or something like that. So there weren't, we kind of did it, anybody that wanted it. We took away Karen Darius because it really just didn't
They weren't
work, as the woman said.
Anyway,
But why, all right, for purposes of getting
Yeah.
through it, let's aim on having like actual legislation, but not high priority on this. We don't need to prioritize this because we can go another year with the workaround that we've
Okay.
done, which we just have
Yeah.
policies in place. And we can make a decision. We should just talk about whether we want to do it. Now, I'm gonna send something out to the business people and just say, you know, maybe I'll send a poll out and just get some thoughts back and let them make their opinion. All right, noise code. We did talk about this last time because the gentleman was here.
Yeah.
And I think that we're not necessarily interested in changing the zone of the code. We just want to kind of enforce it better.
Yeah.
And we were talking about making it easier to enforce, but I think Andy kind of went over on the idea that you can enforce it. You just need the equipment to do it. All right, the last two things, which I'll cover very quickly, they're things that came up. The first is the commercial corridor. One of the things that we should really look at, particularly when it comes to affordable housing or housing in general, is that we obviously are very tight in the downtown area. We're very tight now in the upper Main area, leading up to 9W. But there is a big swath of property on 59 west of 9W, when you basically from 9W all the way to the McDonald's. That is all NIAC. And on both sides of the street, you have kind of a mishmash of random commercial properties. And the zoning there is it's the commercial corridor. That whether we should consider rezoning that to create the opportunity that if somebody wanted to build some sort of housing there, they could build some housing there. And I say that, I think it would be something we want to look really carefully at how we would apply it. But we've talked about this, and actually, it's one of the things where actually housing up there makes a lot more sense than housing down here, because it's closer to the thruway. It's very easy to set up bus pickups there. And you've got, there's some very good retail there. I'm not gonna allow or vote for anything that would do anything to Taco Boys. That is never gonna happen in my lifetime, as long as I am mayor. That will not count as, or Hogan's Diner, or there's a bunch of very good places up there, which could all be, but there's a lot of like mishmash buildings, and there's a hotel that's back this way, and then there's like a retail here, and then there's a big retail behind, and is it worth looking at? About changing the zoning there, but doing a long-term view on, do we want to allow for that to be, what would the zone be?
It would be CC, and you're just adding, the ability to put housing there.
Put in multiple.
That's what's in comp plan.
Yeah.
Like where I live.
No, We're not doing it, we're just saying, let's look at, see what it says.
Yeah.
Look at it, all right,
That's good.
all right.
Well, we do have public comment.
Oh, okay, yes,
Keep it quick
yeah, stay there and be quick and introduce yourself.
and loud.
We know you.
I live up in Dickinson, so I know the area pretty well. The only thing I just want to make a comment on, because 59 and 9W are involved there, I would imagine that there would have to be, kind of working with the state.
Yes.
Yes.
To figure that out, and I think that's a wonderful opportunity. I mentioned it a bunch of times in the past with, the New York State Complete Streets Program. The state will fund, I think, 87.5% of whatever modifications occur there. So that is a really, really good opportunity where we won't have to, as taxpayers or grant
Yeah.
finders, be stuck footing the bill as much as we would have otherwise.
Yeah, and the first step is just to take a look at changing the zoning, and then the question become, what kinds of things do we want up there, and do we want to have municipalities involved and have it be some sort of partnership? That can be decided well down the line. Question now is change zoning, we want to at least look at it, so that's got it. Now, the last one, and I apologize, we're going into our meeting time by about a minute. The sewer overflows at the Nyack pump station. Can I explain this in less than a minute? You think I can get through that? All right. When we have a lot of rain, the sewers overflow down at the marina parking lot. It's really gross and it's not good. People sometimes say, well, that's the problem, is we're putting in new housing and the new housing is causing the sewers to overflow. That's not how it's happening. What's happening is that it's not the new construction, it's the old construction. Because the new construction is required, correct me if I get any of this wrong, the new construction is required that their rainwater has to go into a designated pipe that takes rainwater and puts the rainwater in the Hudson eventually, and dumps it down through the drains. Okay, the new construction has to do that. They're not allowed to build something that does the second thing, which is take rainwater and dump it into the sewer line. But a lot of the old construction takes rainwater, dumps it into the sewer line, and that's why the sewers are overflowing. It's not the new construction, it's the old construction, because when things were being built, people didn't really consider it. Now, we're not doing anything, we're not taking any action on this, and I want to get, because we have a full meeting ahead of us. What we want, the suggestion has been made that at the very least, it would help ameliorate part of the problem if the properties that are dumping their rainwater into the sewer lines stopped doing that. But we don't want to just say you can't do that anymore, because there are a lot of people that own properties that do it, and it's not an inexpensive change. And we don't want to burden people with that who are homeowners, some of whom may have owned the home for a long time and might be house rich, cash poor, not be able to afford to make those changes. So we thought about the possibility of making legislation that would on transfer. You would have to do it on transfer, because those houses have all appreciated value. So if you did it on transfer, it would be the buyer's responsibility to get it fixed by the time they moved in, or they'd have some period of time to fix it. And you do it that way, and eventually you start to reduce the heavy load that's going into the sewers. I think we should talk about it more. I just want to let you know about that. That's the last of the items that we want to look at. But it's something that I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what's causing that, and it was important to kind of explain that. All right, can we get this thing working yet? That's been on? Oh, my God. Never checked.
It's the radio app.
All right, are we ready for the meeting?
Yes.
Everybody good? Shake off the workshop. Thank you for joining us. Please join me for the
Pledge of
pledge of
allegiance.
allegiance, not the national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everyone, to the February 29th, 2024 Leap Day meeting of the Nyack,
Yeah, it is.
the Leap Day, Nyack Board of Trustees. Welcome. Let me just pull up the agenda. At the beginning of the meeting, we tried, you can sign up if you want to make public comment. You can sign up on the sheet up on front. We do, just to give you a sense of the order of the meeting, we say a few words up front. We then, we say, each of us have an opportunity to say some words. We're going to get, I have one here, hold on. We have a presentation that we're getting on a topic from a young man. And then we're going to go into public comments on any topic. So there will be an opportunity to do public comment. We have 3 minutes of public comment. Then we will do our action items with resolutions. You will have a chance to speak on any of the resolutions that we start discussing. You don't have to discuss them before we get to them. You don't have to wait till the end. We also have a public comment section at the end of the meeting if you want to make public comment on the end. So we will start. Is there anybody that wants to make any comments? Yes.
Can I make a comment that we do have a timer given the amount of people and the limited time we have to have 3 minutes exactly?
Yeah, I will use my phone and keep track of this.
Thank you.
So we will track the public comment time.
Oh, well.
Yes.
Jeff is on his way to take care of.
Oh, all right, we'll do it after, but then we'll have him do it after we'll do some open public comment.
Okay, he's he's literally parking his car. He got stuck in traffic.
All right, so,
Sorry, anyway.
all right, thank you. Don Hammond, everybody. Hey, good to see you. This is the presentation. We gotta do the presentation. I can spend a moment or so introducing the concept of what he's going to do. I did want to, if you want to make sure you sign in, if you want to do public comment. We will have the public comment section after the presentation. I did want to say, at the top of the meeting, we're going to adjourn today's meeting in honor of Nancy Phillips, who is a public relations, was a whiz at public relations, who did an enormous amount of public relations for the village of Nyack, as well as the chamber and Visit Nyack and some other organizations. She was a wonderful woman and she passed away, I believe, yesterday. And so we're going to adjourn at her memory at the end of the meeting. Is there anything else anybody wants to say starting off the meeting?
Just I would guess, announcing that the public hearing.
Yes, we do have we might have to interrupt the, considering the number of people here to make public comment, we might have to interrupt public comment to start the public hearing at 8 o'clock. We will then resume public comment after we've resolved the public hearing. All right, here we go. Is this set up? Did you set this up, Dave?
No.
All right, so let me give a quick introduction while you're setting up the PowerPoint for the young man. I still I keep getting the wrong agenda. Oh, that's fine. That's no, I don't. We don't have the presentation.
I don't.
Oh, it's not on the agenda. Is the presentation isn't on the agenda. I thought it was on.
I just got it this afternoon at 6:20.
Oh, you didn't. I thought this was something we had talked about.
No, we knew about it. I just didn't have a presentation.
Oh, no, I'm saying it's on the agenda. Yeah. Jeffrey, come on. All right, everybody make sure you're signed in. You can continue to sign in while we do the presentation. The presentation is by a young man named Jeffrey Nyarko. Jeffrey, how do I pronounce your last name? Do it correctly. Nyarko. Who's going to talk about a program that we started working on last summer, which is going to launch in a month or two, called Nyack Cares, which is a program designed to address the issue of panhandling in the downtown area by creating an alternative for people to give on the street by giving to a dedicated fund that he will then explain. And we're in the process of setting up the fund, and we have a board of advisors that we have set up, and now we have to get the fund set up with the United Way, and then we will start the marketing campaign this spring. All right, are we ready yet?
Shockingly.
Do we want to turn down?
The light a little bit? No.
Probably not as good as I'm gonna get it for now.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. We don't have a screen, so all right, why don't you, are you gonna control or are you gonna control? Do you want to talk?
I'll hit the buttons.
You'll hit the
Yep,
buttons,
just
all right,
say-
he'll hit the buttons. You can stand right there and you can address us while you're addressing the
Just
people here.
project so everyone can hear you.
Alright, so, thank you all for coming. First I'd like to thank Mayor Rand for allowing me to have this opportunity. So, this fall, sorry, in case you can't hear me, but this fall, I was doing an internship at Hudson Valley P-Tech. And, luckily, I had the opportunity to have Dr. Hammond as my professor for business communication. And, he allowed me to have this opportunity at the NIA Cares Fund to be an ambassador. So I just want to share light about what this is so that you guys all can know about it. And then hopefully, you guys will all be willing to be a part of this amazing transformative impact in NIA. So dear people of NIA, my name is Jeffrey Nyarko, senior at Hudson Valley P-Tech. And I'm also an ambassador for the NIA Cares Fund, like I said. I'd like to start my appeal by asking a few questions. Have any of you ever felt like you could help panhandlers in a more meaningful way than just handing them money on the streets and stuff like that? You don't have to answer yes or no. Have any of you ever been in a situation where you've noticed homeless people using money donated to them on things maintaining their homelessness? So like things that you know that they shouldn't be using it for. And then lastly, this will show me how honest you all are. How many of you aren't bothered, for whatever reason, by seeing panhandlers begging on the streets? So in the streets of Nyack, a community deals with the visible struggles of individuals facing homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. However, there is now some hope in the form of the Nyack Cares Fund. So like I said, the founders of the Nyack Cares Fund, we have Dr. Hammond, who is the former mayor of Nyack. And then we have now the new mayor of Nyack, Joe Rand, who we all know the amazing stuff he does in real estate.
Don't talk about it, you'll lose the crowd.
So this innovative and initiative not only provides a lifeline for those in need, but also allows the community to actively participate in transforming lives. By supporting panhandlers through the Nyack Cares Fund, we can collectively uplift our community members and foster a more compassionate and resilient Nyack. So what do? Grasping the Nyack Cares Fund. So the Nyack Cares Fund serves as a bridge between the community and those experiencing homelessness. Through direct donations, individuals can contribute to the initiatives that humanize the homeless, recognizing them not merely as panhandlers in the street, but as individuals with stories, struggles, and aspirations. By helping panhandlers, we break down societal barriers and promote a culture of empathy and understanding, ultimately seeking a new way of helping panhandlers receive the right form of help they need. So how does this help? Go on to the next slide. Thank you very much. So on one of the course focuses of the Nyack Cares Fund is to provide support for mental health and addiction services. I'm sure we all know how important mental health is, especially for homeless people. So by contributing to this fund, we enable organizations to offer counseling, rehabilitation, and essential resources for those battling with these challenges. Through this collective action, we can dismantle the stigma surrounding mental health issues and addiction, fostering an environment where individuals feel supported and encouraged to seek help. The Nyack Cares Fund operates on the principle that community collaboration is essential for creating lasting change. By coming together and supporting panhandlers, we strengthen the bonds that hold our community together. This collaborative effort not only benefits those in need, but also creates a sense of pride and unity among residents, emphasizing that everyone has a role to play in shaping a compassionate society. The Nyack Cares Fund doesn't just respond to crises. It actively works towards preventing homelessness by channeling resources into housing assistance programs, job training initiatives, and education opportunities. The fund addresses the root of causes of homelessness. By helping panhandlers access stable house and employment, we break the cycle of poverty, offering individuals a chance for a brighter, more successful future. So for the long-lasting effects, the NIAC CARES Fund is not just a temporary fix. Now, I know a lot of people have like trouble with giving money to homeless people because sometimes you see the same faces all the time. But like I said, it's not just a temporary fix, it's a catalyst for sustainable change. By donating to this fund, we invest in long-term solutions that go beyond immediate relief. Whether it's supporting a job placement program or funding educational opportunities, the NIAC CARES Fund empowers individuals to regain control of their lives and become active contributors in our community. So build your online business. So, some people may disagree with us and say that panhandlers can be aggressive, that they have to find a job. I used to think that, why don't they just find a job? However, while this may be true, it's also why the NIAC CARES Fund is emphasizing that the money you donate won't just be given directly to the panhandlers, but rather to charitable organizations that provide services. As you can see on the NIAC Cares.org site, it states, instead, NIAC Cares is going to provide you with a way to donate directly to charitable organizations that provide services to people experiencing homelessness, mental illness, and other issues. The NIAC CARES Fund is maintained by the Rockland Community Foundation. 100% of every donation goes directly to local organizations that provide those services within the village of Nyack. So lastly, the NIAC CARES Fund stands as a testament to the power of collective compassion and community-driven initiatives. By helping panhandlers go through this transformative fund, we not only provide immediate relief, but also contribute to a more inclusive, understanding, and resilient Nyack. The act of giving becomes a powerful force for positive change, shaping a community where everyone has the opportunity to live better lives. Together, let us embrace the vision of the NIAC CARES Fund and actively participate in uplifting journeys towards a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Yes, that's right. Why don't you, Mark, is Minnie here as well?
Yeah. No, it's good.
Oh, there she is. She's taking pictures. Okay.
We're gonna actually, we're gonna get out the actual.
Sure. Why don't you go and tell them what
Hi, everyone. My name's Mark Svensson. I'm here with my wife, Ismini, and we're here today just to announce that this young man, who is clearly a phenomenal civic-minded individual, is going to be receiving a scholarship from us. He recently applied through our nonprofit's website, stayunited.org. He doesn't know about it, just. He's finding out about it. His father's in the back there. I think I speak for everyone in the room that we're very proud of your son, and, keep up the good work. We're excited to honor you. We're gonna reach out to your principal. Next week, we'll do a small ceremony at your school. If you have time. Anyone here who wants to come, you're welcome to come. But I just want to say again, congratulations on all the work you're doing for the community here and throughout Rockland. And, we really appreciate what you do, and we're behind you all the way, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey, where do you live? You live in Spring Valley. That's the first thing that you disappointed me in. We need more people like you in Nyack.
It's helping.
We need more people throughout the county. Hey, Jeffrey, great job. Yeah, you know what? You did a great job. And thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ismini. And thank you for the work that you put into this. We appreciate it. And you should go back and tell people at your school what a great job you did, and that we're gonna send you a letter for your whoever it is that's monitoring your program, just to tell you what a great job and how grateful we are for the work you did.
His principal's here too.
Oh, his principal's here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, wait, yes, I knew. I just realized, of course, P-Tech. All right, great. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the great work that you do on all of this. And now we have to let people yell for so I'll let you guys go. All right, just a quick question. I don't think Marie Lorenzini is here, is she? Is Minerva Parker here? Minerva. All right, Minerva. I'd like to just take a point of privilege to move up our consideration for resolution. It's number 6, I think 11 on our thing. It's 6.11. It's resolution 2024-37, appointing Minerva Parker to the Parks Commission. And I would like to just do that because if she's waiting to have that moment, then I don't like to do it now. And let her get that. So, well, we okay? Well, we haven't done anything yet. You have to wait. We haven't actually done anything. I need a motion. Who made the motion?
Second.
Second, any comment?
No.
No.
Congratulations.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now you can clap. And very quickly, our next, she's not here, but just Marie Lorenzini, while we're on the Parks Commission, there's a resolution appointing Marie Lorenzini to the Parks Commission. That's resolution 2024-38. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any comment?
No.
Marie is going to be honored next Tuesday by the Rockland County Legislature as part of their Women's History Month. And it's well deserved. She has a long history of service to the village of Nyack, so she very much deserves this. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nobody? Good. All right, there we go. Congratulations to Marie. All right. Now, let us, do we have we're not doing the, I didn't see anything on the agenda about the sustainability. Is that, we're talking about that separately?
Yes,
We're
we'll
not-
bring it up under new business or.
We'll bring up a new business.
Yeah.
All right, but is she here?
Marcia
Yes,
said
I
she might
see.
come tonight.
Steve is- Yeah.
Marcy and Steve are here?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna, I know that people are waiting to have their moment of public comment, and I want to give them that opportunity to do the public comment. But we have some people that we have a very quick thing to talk about with them, and I'd like to give them an opportunity as a courtesy to them that if they want to leave, they can leave. So why don't you come up, Marcy? Why don't you come up, Steve? And we can talk about what this proposal is. This would be part of new business. It's not a resolution. And we'll take this up to start the public hearing. So we're gonna have to delay public comment for a few minutes. All right. So why don't you talk about it?
So, in a nutshell, the board is in receipt of a proposal from Marcy Denker to continue to serve as sustainability coordinator for the village.
Could you speak up?
To continue to serve as sustainability coordinator for the village, for a modest fee of $12,000 over the next, I think, 15 months, something like that. And I just want to note, and Marcy, see if you can speak to this in detail, currently I'm a dollars and cents guy, like these guys are bringing in grants, paying for EVs, getting us EV chargers, getting us a vulnerability study, which we just got a grant for. I think it's how much is that, like 15,000, 17,000. We're getting solar assessments of the DPW to see if that makes sense as a rooftop solar array. So a number of projects which are moving forward, which are positioning the village to get more grant money for sustainability projects. We really can't do it without the coordination work that she does. And so I just wanted to use that as a preface to say that I think her proposal is worthy of your consideration.
Now, we don't have a resolution for this today, but we're gonna talk about, so we have a resolution for next time.
Right.
Okay. The proposal is to continue your appointment, because you've already been doing it as a sustainability coordinator, but you've been doing it very graciously as a complimentary service to the people of Nyack. Now I think it's time for that she works enough on this that I agree that I think that it's something that we should be compensating her for, especially because, as you say, she brings in a tremendous amount of money to the village in terms of these grants that we get for sustainability and other types of environmental issues. Does anybody have any thoughts that they want to talk about it? Or otherwise, are we in agreement to put this on for resolution next time?
Thank you for all that you do and your committee, Steve, and everybody else involved. I know that you do a lot of work and you put a lot into it, so I don't have a problem with it at all. Just thank you.
Thank you. It's a win-win situation.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
very
Yeah.
much. There's no downside to this.
Yeah, you realize that the big thing that's happened lately is that this money from the federal government has started to flow through New York State and made, huge amount of work for us to try to grab it and do something with it.
And we appreciate the work that you're doing.
And the time.
Does anybody have any questions for her or for Steve?
And we appreciate the work that you're doing.
Good leadership.
All right, if there's nothing else, are we okay with putting this on for a resolution for our next meeting? Okay. So our next meeting, we'll have a resolution to formalize this and to adopt the plan that you have written out, which will be before the meeting will be available for people to see publicly. on
It's
the
actually
website.
posted on the web.
It's actually posted already on the
You
website.
sent it to us.
Yeah, I think I said, I don't think I posted it.
Yeah, we didn't post it yet,
No, but you
but
sent it to us.
we'll post it so people can see it, and that will be before we take any formal action. There's no formal action being taken today. We're just putting it on for next time. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we have, I'm trying to time this, so we have like a little bit of, because we have 5 minutes till we're supposed to start the public hearing, and I'd like to try to capture the public comments as a group so that we can keep some continuity. Let me put it this way. Is anybody here raise your hand if you're here to make a comment on anything, anything that does not involve the ETPA or the proposed from a third party resolution regarding Gaza? There's people speaking on other issues. All right, let's let the public comment on those issues to do them before we get to the public hearing. Then we can do all the comment. Well, we'll do the ETPA when we talk about the ETPA, and then we'll do all the comments about the other issue. We'll do those all together after we finish the public hearing.
I think there were a couple of people that wanted to speak on
On other issues, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, come on up. Yeah, come on up. John, come on up. I want to do these, but I'm gonna give you 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick, we're gonna 3 minutes, and it's actually just to respond to.
Everybody's got 3 minutes.
To respond to you about the sewage issue.
Okay.
And this is a seriously important issue, and I know that this is an issue close to your heart, Andy Stewart.
Love
Sewage.
Village.
Yeah. But it's not that that the increased development is causing the sewage problems. It's just that while we have sewage flowing into the river, why should we be adding more toilets to the village until we actually figure out what's going on and solving this problem? And I think we need to dig into this more, no pun intended either, but and look at what the problems are, because it's not just during the rain events. And I go down there, I see during the rain events, and I talk to those guys, and some of it's outdated equipment. There's sometimes problems when there's not rain, but I think we should have a workshop so that the public can understand more about what the issues are. And Andy can bring his expertise as former supervisor to tell us more about what's happening, what we could do, because millions of dollars have been spent to try to isolate the storm drains from the sewage system, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah, the way our discussion evolved is we said that's exactly what we're gonna do. So that's exactly what's gonna.
Right, and the second thing I just wanted to talk about the vacant lots down on Gedney Street. And I've said this online, but I'll say it to you here as a group. Memorial Park at the end of the century, the lower level of Memorial Park is going to be underwater. And we really need to look, while there's vacant land on Gedney Street, we need to consider the possibility of open space acquisition at the bottom of Main Street, where we can actually have a maritime focal point for the village. And when we look at possibly changing the zoning down there, I want you to consider the fact that while that land, while it's vacant, is an opportunity for us to consider the future of our waterfront. Memorial Park is going to require multi-millions of dollars to keep that from being taken over by the river. So I'm going to say to you here, it's an opportunity for you to think about seriously, because Memorial Park's not going to be by the end of the century, it's not going to be there, the lower part.
Thank you, John. Who else had a public comment on issues other than ETPA or Gaza?
Yes, I had.
Come up if you got it, but we're gonna start the public hearing in a couple of minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Janajil, 86 Third Avenue. Just a couple of things, primarily zoning and DMU, but
I was elected a trustee here in 1989, largely because of that property that's down at the bottom of Main Street. That's been an issue since then, since before then. I think John Gramont is onto something about trying to make that property something more amenable to public uses, but that's part of the discussion. Primarily, I'd like to just caution you about moratorium, especially North Main Street. Quite frankly, the cat's out of the bag in terms of development up there. There's 4 massive projects between Midland and 9W. And some of us who are small developers don't get our funding the way the bigger guys do. So I'd like to caution you about doing that. It could hamper some of our projects. And personally, again, I'd like to bring to the board's attention, I would like you to offer a resolution to ratify or to affirm that the DMU2 zone is treated the same as the DMU1 according to code, and that the cannabis facilities, or especially dispensaries, are allowed. And I'd like you to offer a resolution to clarify that that is allowed.
Okay, why don't we take that up? We don't allow the cannabis in the DMU2?
DMU1.
Only DMU1.
Although your bulk table doesn't say that. The bulk table treats it the same. So
All right,
I think
well,
there's a lot of text that suggests that, and I think that
Right now, the logjam on the cannabis is the state, just
Right,
it's
I
licensing,
understand.
so, but I'll hear it. Why don't you reach out to me about that, and I'll hear you out, because I don't know exactly what the issue is, but thank you for your public comment. All right, I'll take one more, and then we're gonna go right to the public hearing on ETPA.
Okay, so Jackie Drexler, Valley Cottage, Nyack. So I think that's how, the program that this young student has put forward, I guess with former Mayor Hammond, is a great idea, but again, it comes back to also housing. We have some of these people that are panhandling are homeless and some of them are not. So between the lack of housing and mental health services in the county, I did do a forum last night with NAMI and with Commissioner Dr. Susan Horder on mental health, and they are planning on getting more housing, building more housing. But when you're talking about building housing up on 59, where you're talking about, I just want you to also be aware, not just of the traffic issues. I think it's a good idea to incorporate housing, but the road floods horribly and creates huge problems where you cannot get from one part of Nyack further up to anywhere near West Nyack. I know that the town of Clarkstown is in kind of talks with the DOT, and the DOT says when you stop building, you'll have less flooding. So this is a problem between the state and development. Anyway, and I'm also here also to say that I'd like to support Chief Stuart DeGroat in the resolution that's going to be coming up. I know that I had spoken with former Mayor Hammond about having.
If you're gonna speak, that's coming up, then let's talk about it when we get to it.
Oh, okay.
Because I just want to get to the public.
Okay,
hearing
thank
we're
you.
having. Thank you. We do allow for public comment on the individual resolutions or
Oh, I
action
didn't
items when
know.
we get to them. So you'll be able to talk about them then. All right. No, we're gonna have to go into the public comment, then we'll open up, we'll have to go into the public hearing, and then we'll open up public comment again. My apologies, that we tried to get as many of them in as we could. Do we open up both at the same time, or do we open up one at a time? One at a time, or let's start with, let's start by clearing the decks. Let me start the, can I get a motion to open the public hearing on the, no, I want to do the, where is it?
The code
All right.
360.
Go through, say it for me, because oh, there we go. Public hearing on amending the zoning code 360, the village code to allow applicants that request simpler basic sign design changes to be reviewed and approved by the building department only. Can I get a motion to open that public hearing?
So motion.
Second.
Second, all in favor? All right, then we're now into public hearing. Does anybody have any public comment on chapter 360 and the zoning code regarding signs?
Did we ever close this public hearing?
No, it's still open.
Oh, okay.
Do we have to open
No,
it?
it doesn't matter. Never mind.
It's open now.
Continue.
Does anybody have no public comment on this issue?
I just have a quick question.
Sure,
Would it be considered a small change if someone were to be adding backlighting to their sign or adding lighting to their sign? That's the only thing that gave me pause about this.
Matt?
Would we consider what?
If you were adding backlighting or lighting to a sign that is, would that be considered a minor change that would not have to go through ARB?
No, that is not, depending on the district. If you're in the DMU one, it's not allowed. You will have to get a zoning variance for that.
For internal lighting.
For internal lighting. You could do exterior, but if you do an internal, then it's not permitted in that zone, in the DMU one.
So if you're adding lighting, that could conceivably be included in this as a minor change that would not require going to the area.
It's one sentence, I can read it.
No, again, if it's interior lighting, the DMU will not be
Go
permitted.
ahead.
Exterior is already permitted. So you
What's
could
the-
do it now.
Manny, the village attorney says he can,
This is the way the laws as proposed reads, what a simple or basic design change would be. A simple or basic design change shall only include a proposed new sign that, one, is the same size, shape, and dimension of, and in the same location as the legally existing sign, and or two, only proposes a change to the name of the business as stated on the legally existing sign, period. So if it's one of those two things, then it does not have to go to the architectural review board.
Okay, so
Otherwise-
lighting would not be included in that. Okay. Great, thank you.
any other comments or questions? All right,
I have-
yes, go ahead.
I have two things. First of all, talking about the backlighting, the light, and it's not allowed in the DMU one.
Interior.
I think most businesses have backlighting, have neons, so it's something that needs to be, checked by the code enforcer, number one. I mean, most businesses do have it. Probably before Manny, you came on board, so really needs to be, reviewed and checked. That's number one.
Andy and I are working on that.
Okay,
But it's not actually prohibited to have illuminated signs on the inside of a window.
To a certain degree, yeah.
okay, so if it's not
The
prohibited, then,
hospital has a very big.
but what about flashing signs?
The residential.
But there are. The number two is, I always want to give the applicants or the store owners a recourse in case the building inspector does not allow a change, and allow them to be able to appeal to the ARB. So there has to be some type of mechanism, because there will be cases where there will be a disagreement. And I know that Manny will. be
What
as
happens
fair
if
as possible.
We already have that in place. Any appeal against my determination go to the zoning board of appeals. That's already
It's already there.
There you go.
All right, anything else? All right. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So, second.
Good.
Wait, what do I need to do?
Forgive me, I believe, do we have a Rockland County Planning Department GML review report?
We did.
And do we have a
No
proposed-
objection, no objection.
Oh, they're okay with it, okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a proposed resolution to?
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
Oh, I couldn't find it. Okay, it sounds like everything's.
So-
Sounds like everything's in
Can I
order.
go back to making my motion to close the public hearing?
As legal counsel, I want to make sure our T's have been crossed and our I's have been dotted, and it sounds like they have been.
I appreciate that. Thank you for
Always.
watching over us. Thank you.
So,
We did get a second. I got a second on the motion to close the public hearing. All in favor of closing the public hearing? Okay, and then we will, I believe we have a resolution on this somewhere along the lines. We'll get to the resolution when we do resolutions. So we've closed the public hearing. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing on the Emergency Tenant Protection Act?
Motion moved, second. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is now open. We'll take public comment, but we should talk about what happened this week, which is the history of this is that we spent the summer and the fall in the process of trying to get ourselves in a position to opt in. In order for us to opt into the ETPA, which controls rent increases in municipalities where there is a 5% or lower vacancy rate, and it will control those rate increases on buildings that were built prior to 1974. So we looked at it in the fall, we did a vacancy survey. The vacancy survey showed a vacancy rate of below 5%. So we did pass the ETPA in December. I think it was December. We then had to withdraw that in January because our vacancy study had included a building that was built after 1974. It was a mistake on our part. We then started the process again. We did another vacancy study. However, the vacancy study that was just completed this week showed what was the percentage? 7.2?
6.38.
6.38 vacancy rate, which is above 5%, which means that legally we cannot, based on that vacancy survey, declare an emergency. So we do have a resolution. I don't think it's in the packet right now. We did have a resolution ready to go to opt into the ETPA. However, right now our vacancy survey does not allow us to declare an emergency where we could opt into the ETPA. Now, I will allow public comment on any of this, but I just want to, for the board, what I would suggest we do is we continue the public hearing. We'll allow people to make their comments tonight. We continue the public hearing for 2 weeks until our next meeting. In the meantime, we just got the survey back on Monday, and I want to look to see, and I want us to examine the properties that have been identified as being vacant, the units that have been identified as being vacant, because I just want to make sure that they're truly available for rent, because I don't know that if an apartment is not available for rent, it should be considered as vacant. So we're going to look at those results that we got. We had, for the most part, we had under 5%, except for a couple of buildings. So we want to take a look at that, and we'll do that for 2 weeks, and then we'll come back in 2 weeks and we'll see whether or not the vacancy surveys still hold up. Any comments from the board about that?
I'm disappointed for sure.
Besides the big disappointment, yes.
Yeah, but I think the plan that we have going forward is what we're just gonna have to do. I do want to apologize to the tenants who are here who are in limbo. Because we really did want to do this tonight and we are unable to do so.
We can only do it if we have the 5%. We don't have the 5%.
And we do it, that is not susceptible to critical review by the building owners and so forth. It has to be, we have to really, in this case, we have to cross our T's and dot our I's. So.
Yeah, well, that's what we're gonna do the next 2 weeks. We're gonna make sure we look over the surveys. We got them back on, I think, Monday or Tuesday.
Monday.
Yeah, so we haven't had a chance to look at the individual responses. We've just looked at the total. So we will, remember, we did put this on, we had a limited time. We rushed to try to get to the public hearing so we could do this today when we examined it back in January. So we knew it was gonna be tight, the turnaround time from the survey to the hearing. But now we have a meeting, just 2 weeks. We have a meeting and we'll get a more deeper understanding of what the vacancy survey says. All right, I'll take, we have a list of people who signed up for public comment. Do you have it?
Yes, well,
But yeah, why don't you call out names? If you have a public comment regarding the ETPA, come up. If your public comment's on another issue, we'll wait till we get through the ETPA comments. So why don't you call the names out?
Amir?
Is it on ETPA?
Good evening. So with the numbers that you're talking about for the ETPA, how accurate are they? Since these we have good landlords in Nyack and we have some scummy landlords in Nyack. All right. So if some of these landlords are willing to skip out and lie about getting permits and doing things under the table, how can we actually believe their actual count that they have for the vacancies? For example, the complex that I keep on talking about, 197 Sickles, they have 62 apartments in there, while the factual aspect is there's 67 complexes in there. And there's more than 8 complexes that are being snuck around and hidden around. So how can we trust if, that they're answering the survey truthfully and honestly?
Not to agree or disagree with your characterization of anything that is about the landlords. I will say that's exactly what the next 2 weeks will be about. It'll be about us looking at the survey results to make sure that there isn't been some error in the calculation. Okay, so we will look at that.
Thank you.
A reminder that public comment for each person is 2 minutes, and I'm going to we're gonna try to hold to that. Next person.
Alex Bernstein.
Hi, I'm Alan Borstein, Executive Director of the Legal Aid Society. Pretty much what you said, Mayor, the fact that you're going to delay any vote for 2 weeks. My main concern was there was a resolution that's before you that's to approve this vacancy survey. We're not going to do that tonight. So that's off the table. A couple of concerns beyond that. Number one, there should be a way to verify the results of the survey. And I don't believe it should be up to the general public, to the Legal Aid Society to figure out what the methods for the verification are. However, there is some self-interest, obviously, in the landlords answering the questionnaire. That's number one. Number two, there's some really alarming signs in this. You have 752 units, I think, here. I looked at the survey. There are only 2 units out of 752 that are not available for rental, that are vacant. 2. Do you believe that there are only 2 units that are being renovated in the village of Nyack at any one time out of 752 units? I find it hard to believe. I similarly find it hard to believe that there are 70 vacancies at the West Shore. And I would love to hear and start a dialogue in the next 2 weeks as to how the village plans to verify the results. It's more than adding up what was given. For example, I'm giving an obvious example. There's a place, 300 Rockland Gardens, that's listed as having 2 vacancies. And those are actually the only 2 units not available for rental. So that should be 0. But, I haven't had the time to even look at this. There's no time to do this.
Well, that's what, again, that's what we're gonna try to do in the next 2 weeks.
And anything that the village would like to do in terms of trying to figure out how to properly, legally verify the results with the landlord submit, I would very much appreciate if the tenants were involved in that and the property owners as well. The Legal Aid Society would love to step in. So anything we can do on that, I would be really grateful.
I assure you that we're gonna do whatever is gonna be legally within our power to make sure we validate the results of the survey.
I appreciate it.
guarantee you that.
Thank you. I'll be here in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Skylar Hamrick.
My comments are unrelated.
Okay.
David Ross.
My comments are related to this matter also.
I like that phrasing. That was good phrasing.
Thank you.
Let's repeat that around.
Harvey.
Yeah. Unrelated.
Gotcha. James Ross.
Unrelated.
Fanny.
Joe, just ask.
Alex Versta.
Just ask.
All right, why don't we do this? Everybody wants to talk about ETPA. Why don't you get behind the podium? You can line up on the podium. We'll take them out. You're all gonna get a chance to speak. You're all gonna give you 3 minutes. It doesn't necessarily matter what order they're in. But rather than call out the names in a random assemblage, we'll do it this way. Yes,
Yeah.
please state your name and where you live
My
and,
name's Alex Rosted, New York.
hey, Alex.
Yes. Just this whole ETPA thing, it bothers me a little bit because houses built before 1974 need the most work, you know? They're the ones that, you know, asbestos, lead, old boilers, old electric, plaster falling apart, they have issues, you know? And they're the ones that need the work. And they're the ones that we're hitting on. Usually these older buildings built it before 1974, they not only require the most work, but they usually don't get top dollar for their rent. It's these new buildings growing up that get top dollar. I mean, we have an issue here in Nyack. Section 8 pays for people that can afford it. Yeah, I mean, that can't afford it, they help them. And then the people that make a lot of money can afford the apartments, but the missing people in the middle, they're pretty screwed, you know, they have a hard time. But that has nothing to do with the landlord for the building built before 1974. He's the one that needs the money to renovate his buildings to only get less rent than the new buildings. It just doesn't make sense. And regarding vacancies, I have 2 vacancies right now. You know, we're painting them. And also as a realtor, I have a listing right now, 2-bedroom. It's been empty for a month, you know, besides my own building. So, you know, there has been a slowdown. It's there, you know. Nothing to worry about, but it's normal. We go in cycles. And this is the cycle we're in right now. So I don't think you're gonna do better than what you've done right now. It's probably gonna get a little bit, you know, bigger number. So that's it.
Thank you, Alex.
Good evening, Mayor Rand and members of the board. My name is Michael McKee. I'm the treasurer of Tenants Political Action Committee, the statewide tenants organization. I've been doing this work for 54 years. For the last 2 years, I've been working with the tenants and elected officials in Kingston, New York, which was the first municipality to opt into the ETPA after we got the law changed to expand it statewide. I'm very glad that you were putting off this resolution. I came here tonight to ask you to delay a vote because I think there are some serious problems with the vacancy survey results that you published. A survey that simply relies on the numbers that landlords report cannot be valid. And you must verify certainly any of the outlying results that you have seen. I am told, for example, by the tenants at Riverview, that the 8 apartments that are reported as vacant and available for rent are actually under rehab at the moment and could not therefore, by definition, be available for rent and therefore should drop out of the calculation, if that is true, which you need to verify. There's also a mistake on the calculation in the Rockland Gardens Building 300. The managing agent or the owner reported quite commendably that the 2 units that she listed as vacant are not available for rent because they are being used as a temporary hospitality space while they are undergoing rehab. But these are counted as vacant as available for rent. So if you take those 2 out, you immediately reduce the 48 vacancies to 46. These are the kinds of things that you must do. And I'm very pleased to hear you say that you're going to be doing that in the next 2 weeks to verify whether these results are accurate or not. I'm not here to say that all landlords lie or misrepresent, but I will say that in my experience, fines and the threat of fines do not stop many landlords from misrepresenting, you know, what is actually happening. This happens in every area of landlord-tenant law. So I'm glad you're going to do this. I want to make one more point. I'm sorry.
You have a little time left.
Which is that there's a very suspicious number of vacancies at West Shore Towers. And I think that is something you definitely need to look at. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me. Are you available for guidance?
We've consulted with them. I've actually been talking to
Oh, okay,
Andy
good.
and Dennis
Excellent.
for the last several weeks.
Good.
As well as Alex.
Good.
Thank you.
Nice time to you.
Yes, Taylor.
Yes, Taylor Mandelbaum, 19 Dickinson. So
I'm here obviously in support of ETPA. I've been here over and over and over again. When I ran for village board, I was obviously in support of it. And whatever extra we can possibly do on top of that for people not represented by the 12 or greater units. But specifically, I wanted to bring to attention what was just mentioned and what will probably be mentioned a few times here in the line behind me, specifically Riverview. I had done a little sleuthing, going on to various websites, their own website, onto apartments.com and another third-party website to look at what is actually vacant according to them. Joe, I actually forwarded you a Google Doc. I tried printing it, and because I'm a typical millennial, I haven't printed something in 6 years, and my ink is empty, is what it is. But specifically, it was.
So, sometimes us boomers, you know, we have stuff that goes for us. We don't print things. And meetings.
Credit where credit is due, right? But
actually, Gen X.
I know.
I'm Gen X.
Okay, I reclaim my time.
I'll pause it for 10 seconds.
What basically I'd found was that there are at least 3, maybe 4 units that are not available as of March 1st. They're available after that. There are 3 that were confirmed that said available now on their own website. The same thing applied to the third-party websites as well. So given that, and those were, I think, updated as of 2 weeks ago. I also pulled data from December 4th, 2023 at archive.org. You can look at a snapshot of their websites, and they had 4 available now apartments. So arguably, they actually have less apartments now than they did back when the ETPA was actually enacted. So to say that those numbers are suspect is a valid claim. I also wanted to make a note that West Shore Towers, having 17, I think it was, available units, seems crazy. That's over 10% of their 10% of their entire buildings open, which seems very odd from what I understand, Joe, you probably know better than me, but winter is a slow season. People don't usually move out and move in. The turnover tends to be lower, if I remembered right, in winter. So it seems just doesn't follow the trends. Anyways, so my point being is that just like everybody else, or most people are going to be saying, these vacancy numbers are suspect, clearly, and I think there's evidence as well to back that up.
Thank you, Tyler. I will say, I want to make 2 quick points because a couple of things have been brought up, and you can come up to give your public comment. One is we have had a number of conversations with the landlords who would be affected by the ETPA. And I want to say on the record that our experience talking with them has been that they have been very forthcoming with us. They've been straight with us. They have been working with us on the process with the vacancy survey. They've been working with us on if we come to some kind of accommodation. I have found them to be working in good faith on this. Now, it may be, I think it's very likely that the definition of vacant is what we're going to have to really look at very carefully as to what vacant means, because I think that vacant means available for rent. So if a property is being renovated and it's empty, that doesn't mean it's vacant. If it is being, if there is a lease that's been signed that takes effect in 2 weeks, I don't think that's vacant because it can't be rented because someone's gonna be renting in 2 weeks. That would be, but we don't have very good guidance on this. And I'd love to hear if there's any kind of really good authority on how you define vacant on this, but it may be that we have a category definitional kind of conflict here. And I want to just make that point because I don't want to presume that anyone's acting in bad faith throughout this process, because my experience with most of the landlords has been otherwise. That's all I wanted to say, and I'll let you take your public comments, and I've not taken away any of your time, trust me.
I'm not gonna even take the 2 minutes. My name is Mary Ann Hunkin. I live at 38 4th, the Ivanhoe. I just want to thank you for doing your due diligence. I appreciate the board's disappointment. I'm in support of ETPA. I have a curiosity, especially considering that this didn't go the way that you thought it would, and it's probably a longer term question, is what can the village do to protect rights that doesn't rely on the state, especially considering that this didn't go the way that you all thought it would, and what can we do as a smaller municipality to protect tenants' rights? So, thank you.
That's a good question.
Can I answer that? Just because I also work for the state, the problem that we found is that when other smaller municipalities have tried to put in tenant protections, they get sued it goes all the way up to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals says, sorry, you can't do it, the state has to. So that's what's been hamstringing a lot of municipalities from trying to do some of their own.
Yeah.
It gets preempted by the state.
Yeah, it gets
Seems
preempted
like
by
we
the
need
state.
to organize.
It-
I appreciate it.
There's definitely a lot of bit organizing that has been done on it.
Yeah.
Trust me, every Tuesday I get a group of people coming in about housing in that
Yeah.
office, so yeah.
Something that we are going to do, we just haven't, there's been so much on this that we've been working on. Is one thing we can do is educate,
Mhm.
and we can get information out so that tenants are better educated about what their rights are. Because they do have, tenants have,
Rights, yes.
2019, there was a law passed in New York State that really did expand tenant rights in New York State.
Mhm.
And a lot of tenants aren't aware of that, and sometimes the landlords aren't aware of it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily acting in bad faith, they're just not aware that they're not allowed to take more than a month security or stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna work on that to try, because that's at least kind of a soft power type thing that we can do.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up.
Maybe we could post the state, the Attorney General's guidelines on the website.
Yes, we could do that. My experience is that state drafted documents, no offense, I know you work for the state, that state drafted advisories tend to be very,
I will say the Attorney General ones are pretty reader friendly.
good. All right, well, there we
Yeah.
go. Let's get, that's true. Let's get it.
Like,
Let's
paper design.
Let's point to them.
It's very,
Yeah.
very useful guide.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
designed.
We'll
for
make sure we
that.
promote it out.
Easy to navigate.
Yeah.
Can we try to get that kind of thing in the newsletter next time we send the newsletter out? And maybe put it in a link and try, because I do think it's a worthwhile thing for us to do to educate
But
our
also
citizens about their rights.
opportunity to have the Attorney General office come into the village to probably do something on it.
That'd be great,
I
sure.
don't, can reach out, I don't know if they do that. But I'll
That'd be
ask.
wonderful. We do have a very effective Attorney General, as certain people have discovered in the last 2 weeks. Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Nancy Jagelka, and I am one of the long-suffering residents of 197 Sickles Avenue. I am happy to hear you're going to be doing some research about documenting the validity of the survey. Along with that, I wanted to ask why my 2 FOIL requests for information regarding 197 and fire and building inspections that were supposed to have been done in December have not been answered. And I've called and I have stated that it's really illegal to not answer a FOIL request, and I still have not gotten an answer in any capacity. So that is part of my documentation to understand what's going on in our building, and would like to know why that hasn't been answered.
This is the first I've heard of it. Could you do me a favor? Could you email me the document, just the request, and I'll just make sure I follow.
Okay. Yeah.
Did anybody else see that, or was it just me? Have
No,
a little moment.
Yeah, there's less feedback to get.
So yeah, send me an email. You know my email, right? You can, my email for Joe Rand at nyack-ny.gov. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Tim Collins, a tenant advocate, lawyer with the firm Collins, Dockey Miller. I was the former executive director of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board, and I actually worked with the City Housing Department in doing the triennial housing vacancy survey. So I would suggest that in terms of determining a definition of what is vacant and what is not, that would be a good resource. And, you know, Mike McKee, I've worked with for decades, since leaving city service. First of all, I just want to emphasize that a vacancy survey is a potentially illusory snapshot of what's going on at a very limited point in time. There are also issues like what is legally within the class of housing that you're measuring. One of the issues I understand came up is whether or not a certain complex would qualify as a horizontal multiple dwelling, which typically has to do with a common tax lot, common services, you know, like a boiler system or whatever, in which case under the rent stabilization code, at least for the city, I'm not sure about the ETPR, but that would be considered one housing unit. So that kind of stuff really should be looked at. I do want to compliment the mayor. I understand you have a real estate background.
Yeah.
And I understand that you brought some data to the attention of NIAC, back, I guess it was November, highlighting increases in median rentals, 36% 2% for Nyack, 28% for South Nyack, and I think a comparable number for Upper Nyack.
Yeah, that was like over a 4-year period, I think.
Right.
2019 and 20.
Right, very, very significant. And I should say, by the way, my grandson who lives in Nyack always insists, we were always trying to remind him of where he lives, so he remembers his address. But he insists, he says there's 3 Nyacks, and I asked him which one he lives in, he insisted Squiggly Nyack. So you miss Squiggly Nyacks altogether. But the thing is, the reason why I want to compliment the mayors is, I listened to thousands of owners and tenants testify before the New York City Rent Guidelines Board on various resolutions, but mainly on whether rent should go up or be held back. And over the course of 7 years, I think I recall one owner from a not-for-profit saying that rent should be held back in the interest of the community. And I don't recall a single tenant ever going up and saying that their rent needed to be increased. I think we have to face facts that as human beings, we rationalize our agendas. We tend to present things that, serve all our ultimate goals. So I think what the mayor did with this information was very publicly spirited. And I think it says that you have a housing emergency. Whether or not it's captured in a technical way under a particular type of survey or not, is one thing. But if you have rents going up 30% over the course of 4 years, and rents are still going up, they're still going up a lot, that's a serious thing. And just by comparison, in terms of identifying the problem with this snapshot in time, in 2021, the Housing Vacancy Survey in New York City, which surveys 18,000 units, found a vacancy rate of 4.5%. We were 0.5% away from deregulating 1 million households, which would have been a disaster. The last housing vacancy survey, which was published just a few weeks ago, was 1.4%, a precipitous decline in housing availability, a super tightening of the market in the course of that period. So the point is that these things can change, sometimes due to strange influences, spikes. In this case, it was probably COVID. And then, like a rubber band, the city came back and there was a great demand for housing. So I would encourage you, get the definition of vacancy correct. Make sure that there was honest reporting or accurate reporting, I should say, assuming good faith on everybody's part. Make sure that the class of housing that you're looking at is indeed the full class that you're supposed to look at. And don't be afraid to come back when conditions change. The genius of this country, I teach constitutional history. The Constitution is not a product of genius. It's a compromise among a bunch of people with different agendas. But what was genius is that it embodied a distillation of human experience that continues to change and continues to amend. That's why you should go back. If the housing market changed, don't be afraid to go back in 6 months or another year and keep checking, because when the market tightens up, even in just under a technical definition, people are going to suffer as a result. And with that, thank you for my time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else on that? Yes, please.
Yeah, just briefly. I had a couple of questions. First of all, my question regarding the questionnaire. Was it something the village designed, or was it a state questionnaire that goes with the doing the whole study?
It was based on a model, I believe, that we
It's
refined.
derived from the state law.
Okay.
All the questions on it.
Do you have the ability to amend the questionnaire then?
We could put different questions within the range of the state law.
Okay, so going back to the point about, I would urge you, if you have the power to actually inspect units to see if they're available for rental, I would urge you to do that, to ascertain that what is said is available is actually available. I would also ask that, if you have the power to amend it and it fits with it, that you probe a bit more about the availability of houses that are, available for rent, because if somebody has a signed lease, if an apartment is being painted and a lease is about to be signed or has been signed, it doesn't really, the unit might be empty and not be lived in at this moment, but it may not, if there is a signed lease, it's not available for rent, it's not available on the market. I would urge you to probe a bit further about the availability of units in Nyack, especially as that you chose to do the study with such a small number of buildings when you could have done it from, I believe, 6 or 8 units and more. I know that would be a huge study to undertake, but this represents a small proportion of the village. We shouldn't look at it as representing all the rentals in Nyack. It doesn't. It represents a small amount, and lots of people are not represented in this study. So I think it's really important that we remember that as well when we're doing it. This is not a full picture of what's happening in the village. That's a lot, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy, are we able to, actually go in? Are we allowed to go in if a building declares they have 7 empty apartments? Are we allowed to
I
actually?
was
go physically
told by
walk?
our lawyer that we cannot compel a landlord to open the doors of an apartment so that we can see if it's occupied or not.
You could ask, you could say no. Without a search warrant, which would be not an easy thing to get, because unless you have a reasonable suspicion of the commission of a crime, et cetera, I'm not gonna go into it now, you just can't get a search warrant, and, you know, very easy.
A question, if I may, very quickly.
Sure.
There was rentals that you received with the steward from every landlord, is that true? Are those available for the public consumption?
I'm not positive. I assume they're formal.
Yes, they're published on.
So if you could get that, it would be incredibly helpful.
The actual
I
response.
want to be careful about that because that's the names of renters and how much money they pay.
Sorry.
You don't need names, you just need unit numbers, that's all.
Yeah.
The name is.
I know why you're asking, and I think it's a reasonable request. We'll see if we can accommodate it but we gotta make sure we're respecting the privacy of the people involved, and we have to make sure the law is very. The problem with the ETPA is there is not a lot of really good guidance, and there's not a lot of really good case law, and everything's a little bit, I mean, I find it very murky to try to make determinations on things that I would think would be relatively straightforward. But we will see if we are allowed to do that. And if we are, we'll try to provide it publicly. I'll just go back just because it was referenced before, the data that I pulled because of my other job. We had access to a lot of data from the MLS on what was going on with rentals. And just so people do know, the reference was made before that. In Nyack itself, from 2019 to 2023, the average rental price went up 32.7%. The median rental price went up 31.6%. The average price per square foot went up almost 40%. Those are pretty big numbers, and they were all bigger than Rockland as a whole. The rest of Rockland besides Nyack. So, yeah, I mean, it has been a very, very tight market, which is why the numbers were a little surprising, but we will look at them more closely. Anybody else for the ETPA? All right, we were, do we need a motion to continue the public hearing?
Yeah, that would be.
All right, so can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to our next meeting?
Second.
Second.
Good idea to give the date time, March 14, 2024. You're gonna go with 8 o'clock PM?
8 o'clock.
Here in Village Hall?
Here in Village Hall.
I have to say it.
Maybe we need to go to the Nyack Center though for that one. Yeah, here in Village Hall, all in favor? All right, the ETPA hearing will be continued in 2 weeks at our next meeting here in Village Hall. Okay, now, we've done our 2 public hearings. We have, I think we've done some of our public comment, but I know there's a lot of issues on public comment we want to get to. So I will open it up now, go back to the list. We'll go through the list. You can just, we can take public comments on any subject. I imagine the subject will be relatively common. Why don't you start reading those names off?
Susan Smith.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susan Smith, and I'm Director of Community Engagement for the Fellowship of Reconciliation. Some of you may know that name very, very well. The Fellowship of Reconciliation is the oldest interfaith peace organization in the world, actually. It started in 1914 with a handshake between a German and an Englishman. And they promised that no matter what their countries did, they would never go to war. They would always be friends and brothers and always seek peace. In 1915, the Fellowship of Reconciliation was then founded here and in the United States, and there are 50 chapters, branches all over the world. In 1920, the American Civil Liberties Union was founded. It grew out of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, and that was founded on the right of conscientious objection, the right not to go to war, the right not to kill, the right not to be killed. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this is no surprise to any of you, but guess what? For 70 years, the national office was just down the street at 521 North Broadway. And there we had giants like the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And we had also Thich Nhat Hanh, the Buddhist monk. And we had Congressman John Lewis, who was making good trouble. And when we think of the civil rights movement, the Montgomery bus boycott, the March on Washington, Bayard Rustin, all of that was formulated, or much of it rather, was formulated just down the road. And we have a great, great legacy of civil rights here in Nyack. And today, I just want to evoke the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And if he, God bless his soul, were to walk into this room today on this topic that we are about to discuss, which is a genocide that is happening in Gaza. In the words of his daughter, Dr. Bernice King, she has said, "Certainly, my father was against anti-Semitism, as am I. He also believed militarism, along with racism and poverty, to be among the interconnected triple evils. I am certain he would call for Israel's bombing of Palestinians to cease, for hostages to be released, and for us to work for true peace, which includes justice." So I know there are many of my brothers and sisters who have more to say, but that Dr. Bernice King wrote this some months ago. And now we have heard from the International Court of Justice that a genocide is taking place. And just today, 120, mostly women and children, were gunned down at just trying to get food. Thank you.
Next.
Stuart DeGrove.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, board members. I am Stuart Grove. I would like to speak, just a brief comment on resolution number 2430, agenda number 6.4. There's been some talk about having a sacred fire. With the Native community, fires are sacred to our people, and not just culture, but also education. Having a live fire, and I'll give you a little bit of my background after that, is, brings unity, not just to us, but anybody who wants to partake in lifting the spirits of themselves or their departed. I'm a fireman with the city of Middletown, New York, for 39 years. My number one thing in firefighting is protection, life, safety, asset. And when it comes to having a fire pit, we can enclose it by having a lid on it, so it doesn't affect the grassy areas. And we can also take and moisten the ground so it doesn't catch fire. Afterwards, after our ceremony, we could also take and plant grass seed if there was anything to happen. And that's all I would like to say on that, unless there's any questions.
No, can I just, this might have come out a little bit out of left field.
Yeah.
Just to confirm, the issue is that we've already approved an event in Memorial Park that you're referencing.
Yeah.
This is for the Native
Yes,
American
correct.
celebration.
With Mr. Andy,
At Minifield. And as part of that, oh, there he is. Okay. I would have tried to get you up. I didn't realize that you were here for that. The issue is they would like to have a fire. We have a rule against having fires probably in most cases, a very sensible rule against having fires at Memorial Park during events. They would like us to make an exception for this event. I would like to know what the thoughts are of the board. I am amenable to it. I would like there to be some conditions of ensuring that you're a firefighter. I think we would want to have somebody who's dedicated to be, not you, because you'll have a million things to do, but somebody whose job it is to watch the fire, who is a trained firefighter, who could do that. And I think I'd be happy if they did that, if they took whatever precautions Manny or might prescribe in terms of protecting the area, the kind of things you described. I'd be amenable to it. I think it's part of the cultural tradition and something they should be able to do.
Yeah.
We all good?
I agree, yes.
I agree.
as long
Do we
as
need a resolution
it's-
for it? It's just, we're just making an
We just
exception.
amend this resolution to include a fire pit. It's responsive to the fire inspector's guidelines.
It would be your average fire pit, so it just goes to 28 or 32 inch, I believe.
And Manny, what's your thought on it?
If the board is willing to approve, I mean, this, in the past, we had allowed this kind of situation, especially for religious reasons. That a building permit, a fire permit be requested for the building department so that we can look at the details. We can get the fire department involved and get all the safety feature in place.
All right, why don't we amend the resolution? We need a motion and a second to amend it.
So moved.
Let me just state what it is first. That we would, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just one note that, the whole area is gonna be closed off.
If they're on the upper.
This is on the upper lawn.
What's that?
The upper lawn.
Upper lawn.
The upper lawn, but Piermont and, those avenues will be closed.
Yeah, so this resolution adds to the last one by including a street closure
Oh,
of the road between Hudson and Depew
Right,
for
so,
the purposes of vendors and
right, so fire trucks are gonna have a problem getting in there.
Well, they can
they
get
can go
down,
down Depew or they go down Hudson.
they just get to the cross street.
And they could come through, they would move their stuff, whatever. I mean, it's gonna be fire access, but that street would be closed, kind of like for, almost like a street fair type of environment.
I would say that, let's leave it general, but let's say that we'll allow a fire pit subject to whatever conditions might be prescribed by the building department.
Yeah.
Okay, is everybody, that'd be the motion. Can I get the amendment moved?
Motion.
second.
All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
All right, we got it. I think he went to Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, add in, because the concept that he's talking about, Mayor Hammond, had done that, in the past when we had COVID, to do a festival on, South Broadway in front of Strawberry Place. So he requested for the fire department to come and, have, firefighters, stand vigil around the fire, to make sure that, the fire is contained while everyone else is having, enjoying the festivities. And that way, if it's in our control, we were right there.
I think that'd be one of the things that we might want to consider as being a condition of doing it, but I think the general idea is we want to try to accommodate you in your celebration, so we hope you have a wonderful time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, appreciate it.
Public comment next.
Maren?
Jackie, there's a list.
Oh,
We'll sign up ahead of time.
Someone's standing up for that name?
Mayor.
Maren? Is it Marianne? Mary. Looks like Mary.
Deacon, maybe? Mary Ann Deacon or Moraine Deacon or?
Nobody, it's not close to anybody, they may have left.
All right. Rita Matthews? I think it was you that.
Oh, okay, got it.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm here today to present the ceasefire resolution with the support of Fellowship of Reconciliation, Rockland Coalition to End the New Jim Crow, Rockland for Ceasefire, and Westpac Foundation. By saying yes to this resolution, it's not hurting you. It's acknowledging the death of both sides, Gaza and Israel. By acknowledging peace and making it a priority on the agenda, you're establishing a precedent to the kind of world you'd want your children to inhabit. If you haven't had a chance to read it, you'll have a chance to hear it now. So it's titled a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Israel and in Gaza. Whereas the village of Nyack is dedicated to fostering a community that embraces diversity, values life, upholds the principles of equality and human rights. Whereas the village of Nyack condemns the recent rise of anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, racist, homophobic, xenophobic attacks in our city and across the nation, including doxing of elected officials, students, professors, journalists, and others speaking truth to power. Whereas the village of Nyack supports the dignity and safety of residents in every community, regardless of what crimes any government may commit, that peaceful diplomacy and mutual understanding is the only way to achieve these permanent goals. Whereas all human life is precious and the targeting of civilians, no matter their faith or ethnicity or country of origin, is a violation of international humanitarian law. Whereas on October 7th, 2023, 1,163 people living in Israel were killed, including at least 767 civilians, and about 250 were taken hostage by Hamas, of whom 136 remain in captivity in Gaza, according to Israel authorities. Whereas since October 7th, 2023, Israel's military actions have killed 27,585 people living in Gaza, the majority women and children, having orphaned 20,000 children, have displaced 2 million people, over 8,000 of whom are missing, have damaged or destroyed 3,600 homes, more than 3 times as many homes that exist in all of Rockland County, and all 35 hospitals, with only 13 remaining even partially functional, with an estimate of other casualties approaching 70,000 injured, over 500,000 starving and or suffering from normally preventable and treatable illnesses and injuries due to lack of food, medicine, and portable water as of February 6th.
I'm just gonna let you know that we're trying to keep it to 3 minutes.
Sure.
I think this is important for you to have the opportunity to be able to articulate the resolution, so we'll give you, but we're not going to talk afterwards, but you can finish the resolution. I know you have colleagues here who will address the merits of it, so please finish up.
Yeah, whereas the International Court of Justice on January 26th, 2024, in response to charges by South Africa, ruled that it is plausible that Israel may be violating the Convention on Genocide and ordered Israel to take immediate provisional measures to preserve evidence, to protect the Palestinian people from potential ongoing genocide, and to allow adequate humanitarian aid into Gaza. And on February 1st, 2024, a U.S. federal judge concurred that, as the ICJ has found, it is plausible that Israel conduct amounts to genocide, and urged the Biden administration to examine the results of their unflagging support of military siege against the Palestinian people in Gaza. 70 cities have passed a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire, including Albany, Newburgh, New York, and San Francisco and Chicago, Illinois. International organizations like the Amnesty International, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the U.S. Agency for International Development, the International Rescue Committee, and many others have made a call for a ceasefire in order to prevent further loss of life to civilians and to be in accordance with international humanitarian law. Whereas over 2 million lives are at immediate risk for a permanent ceasefire is not achieved, and continuous humanitarian aid is not assured. Whereas the United States federal government and members of Congress hold immense diplomatic, military, and financial power to save Palestinian and Israeli lives and seek a lasting peace in our time and for all time. Whereas all elected officials must use the platform provided by their offices to advocate for the measures that will end the violence and prevent further death. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the village of Nyack condemn the killings of civilians, collective punishment, and all forms of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. urge the Biden administration to call for and facilitate a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, urges the Biden administration to send and facilitate the entry of humanitarian aid to Gaza, calls for the release of all hostages and political prisoners, urges elected officials representing the village of Nyack to call for a permanent ceasefire, the entry of humanitarian aid in Gaza, and the release of all hostages. Sorry, I'm at the last part.
It's fine, I know you are. I'm reading along with you.
Okay. Be it further resolved, upon passage, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to the office of U.S. President Joe Biden, the office of U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer, the office of U.S. Senator Kristen Gillibrand, the office of U.S. Representative Mike Waller, the office of State Senator Will Weber, the office of State Assemblyman Kenneth Paul Zabrowski.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I do have a copy of that resolution that was in my email. I read it while she was reading it. So she read out essentially what is in my email. So we do have a copy of it in our files. Next person to speak.
Mo Ali.
But I wanted to give the extra time for the reading of the resolution as a courtesy, because I know you wanted to get that on the table. But I'm going to try to stick to the 3 minutes from this point for anybody who wants to speak. After you.
This is Mo. I'm not the greatest public speaker, but
Just speak louder.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
The only thing you really have to do is just speak louder for everybody to hear you.
I'm not the greatest public speaker, but you know,
I'm
this
sure you'll
issue.
be fine. You'll be
Thank you,
fine.
thank you.
What's your name?
Mo,
And your last name?
Ali.
Yeah.
It's just that this issue, with, everything that's going on in Palestine and Israel has really, spoken to me. That's why I feel, it's my responsibility to use my voice to really speak on this. Just because I feel like, everything that we see today over there is horrific. It's really unprecedented. You know, Palestinians are not only dying, they're being erased, they're being silenced. A lot of their, not only are they, dying at unprecedented rates, their towns, their universities, their hospitals and cultural centers are all being reduced to rubble. And as we approach nearly 6 months since October 7th, the death toll is fast approaching and set to exceed 30,000, with the majority of whom are women and children. With the International Court of Justice finding that Israel is plausibly in violation of the Genocide Convention, I think it's important that we take a stance, and we just can't afford to wait until after the war for everyone to feel the weight of the atrocities committed and begin reflecting on the horrors that unfolded in Gaza. I'd like to just consider everybody in this room and how all of us woke up today. You know, we carried on with our lives. We put on clothes, we spoke to our loved ones, brushed our teeth, ate food, had breakfast, checked our phones. You know, we did the simple things in life, yet people of Gaza, they're starving, they're dying of disease. There's lack of food, lack of water. There's brutal attacks at again, an unprecedented level. You know, when we all go home at the end of the day today, there's going to be 200 Palestinians that are just not going to see tomorrow. I say this because I feel like we can't support an administration that is plausibly committing a genocide, and where many people, many ministers and elected officials are saying such statements as there are no such thing as uninvolved civilians, making biblical references that advocate for the destruction of everything in Gaza. So I just urge everyone here to just exercise a bit of humanity and compassion that we all share, and just extend it to the Palestinians who are in dire need more so than ever before. I feel like we can't afford to turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer. And as for the ceasefire, I feel like a lot of people seem to neglect that a ceasefire would also be helpful for the hostages that are in Gaza as we speak, that were taken by Hamas. The only time hostages have been released effectively has been under a ceasefire where an exchange has occurred. I feel like this war is just harming everybody on all sides, and it's not endemic for lasting peace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Next.
Taylor Brundlebaum.
Taylor.
Two shots at the apple, Taylor.
Like I talked a lot, who would have thought?
Yeah, you used less than 3 minutes last time, so I'll give you some room.
No, I'm gonna keep it to 3 minutes. Let me just open up my keep notes here. I was not expecting to be up so soon. Okay, cool. I'm here to speak to a few things today. I spoke about the ETPA, but also I thought ETPA was gonna go after this, and now my speech got a little stuff. I'll make it work. I wanted to express my support as a Jewish man for the village to enact a resolution in support of a ceasefire. I'm completely aware that Joe isn't going to walk into Rafah and sign a peace accord. That's not really the intent. I am aware, though, of the intrinsic impact that it will have on members of our community traumatized by the genocide and the wanton disregard of humanity displayed by other public officials in this county and region. There are Palestinians in our community. There are Muslims and other individuals of all backgrounds and ethnicities in our community who are in support of a similar resolution and have been traumatized. It is abhorrent the level of callousness experienced elsewhere in the community. Nyack is a special place because there is a history of justice here. It's part of the reason why I moved here years ago. It's part of the reason why I love it here. Unfortunately, Nyack also has a history during this conflict of recognizing one side and not necessarily the other. Flags were raised after the October 7th massacre. Vigils were held and supported by the village. Since then, we have seen over 30,000 Palestinians murdered, including over 17,000 children. There's also what I would call a massacre that occurred today, where over 100 individuals were killed, starving individuals, trying to get aid from aid trucks that have been held by Israel. So this isn't just collateral damage, which is already unacceptable, but there's enough evidence. There's things that I've watched over and over again of snipers targeting children and women. Just in the past day, we saw the massacre of over 100 starving Palestinians. It's kind of endemic of what's been happening for months. So the bottom line here is I understand that the village board can't solve this alone, obviously. That's not the purpose of the ceasefire resolution. I'm here to signal support for our village to show that our Palestinian and other impacted neighbors are not alone, that Nyack has a history, referring to the resolution for the Iraq War years ago, of speaking up for the right reasons, and that we ought to have the courage to buck a violent, racist, and inhumane narrative and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marianne. Marianne. Okay, so my name is Marianne Hunkin. I'm a resident of Nyack and a member of Rockland for Ceasefire. I'm here to support the ceasefire resolution presented today. I want to be clear that what is happening in Gaza is an urgent humanitarian disaster that requires international and immediate attention, even from our little town of Nyack. Mayor Rand, you explicitly stated today in your Facebook post that you believe that the people of Nyack elected you and the trustees to manage the affairs of the village. And you stated specifically that this includes managing the budget. So I have some questions regarding our budget. On October 13th, 2023, Comptroller DiNapoli announced that the State of New York Common Retirement Fund purchased an additional 20 million in Israel bonds, bringing the total funds holdings in Israel bonds to $267.8 million. This means that New York State taxpayer money is being used to loan money to Israel. Israel bonds help finance the Israeli government budget. Furthermore, American money plunged into Israel bond sales is fungible. I imagine you all know that this means that the money is lumped into Israel's general funds and that they can use that money with no restriction, right? So thereby aiding Israel in displacing Palestinians from their homes, entrenching its apartheid policies, military occupation, and genocide of the Palestinian people, all of which is illegal under international law. In other words, municipalities and states that buy Israel bonds, the residents of those cities and states are made directly complicit in financing Israel's oppression of Palestinians. With this in mind, I want to know, does NIAC pull money from the New York Common Retirement Fund, and if so, how much? In the debt service section of NIAC's budget, it says that in 2022 and 2023, there's about $800,000 there, and it's listed under serial bonds. Where exactly is that money coming from? And is any of that money connected to Israel bonds? We cannot be bystanders in genocide. We all have an active role to play. If you are not sure about supporting a ceasefire resolution in this moment, I hope that that will change. But at the very least, understand that calling for a ceasefire is not in fact a symbolic gesture, because our US tax dollars are going to fund Israel's assault on the people of Gaza. In the meantime, if you're not going to support a ceasefire resolution, I ask you to please learn more about how much of our local money is being loaned to Israel. And I urge you to refrain from financing Israel's continuing pursuits of genocide, apartheid, and occupation. I thank you for your time and for your presence here. And I want you to know that you will hear from me again. And I imagine you will hear from other people who are here as well about this. Thank you.
Ari Rosenblum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ari Rosenblum. I'm the CEO at the Jewish Federation and Foundation of Rockland County. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. And if I may give a few moments of the time allotted, I just want to take a moment for all of us, take a moment of silence regarding every life lost in Gaza and in Israel in the last several months. Every life lost in Israel and in Gaza is a world that will never be. None of them would have been lost if the status quo of October 6th was in place. And there is one address for this dynamic, and that is Hamas. Of course, all of us, every single one of us, every single person in our Jewish community here in Rockland and across the county would like to see the fighting end in as quick and as responsible a manner as possible. But I do agree with what the mayor has said, is that it is not the purview of the village of Nyack to address an issue such as this. It is the purview of the federal government, Congress, and the executive branch of the State Department, and that this is no place to move or to pass such a motion. Now, I was in Israel early in the conflict. I met with families of several hostages, including Eden Zacharia, 28 years old. I met with her family, her father, her mother, her sisters. She was taken hostage and she was murdered in Gaza. She was a peace activist at the Nova Music Festival, and 320 of her friends and fellow peace activists were murdered that day. I and the families of survivors of October 7th came under rocket fire when I was there, before, during, and after the ground incursion, and no ceasefire was called for on October the 8th, or before the ground incursion, when the rockets were flying into Israel. Nobody was calling for a ceasefire, none of those gathered here. This is an issue of complexity and simplicity. The simple fact is that a ceasefire could be achieved today with the immediate release of the hostages and with Hamas putting down their arms. A call for a ceasefire without demanding this, all of it is disingenuous. And as regards a ceasefire, when you're considering it, Hamas broke the last ceasefire. Hamas refused and rejected the latest ceasefire offer not 48 hours ago. These are facts. So I ask, to what end is a call for a ceasefire if Hamas continues to reject it? I'm going to leave it there. You have a lot to consider and a lot to think about. Nobody wants this conflict to continue. Nobody wants it to happen again. Thank you.
Mayor?
I'd like to just add one thing to the whole thing about the ceasefire, but besides the ceasefire, me being a Muslim and an Arab, and Nyack being such a multicultural community, and we recognize all different religions, and we celebrate on the streets of Nyack with everything. March 10th is the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan. So as in an aspect of building towards a ceasefire or not, is there a way that Nyack can recognize and put out something to support the month of Ramadan in Nyack, as we do with every other festival in the community?
Yeah, that's a.
Or if any of you guys want to join us in Ramadan and we can break fast together at the end of the day.
It's a thoughtful request. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. We'll think about it. I haven't thought about it before, but I'll think about it.
I'll break the fence with them.
Yeah.
That's the easy one. Yeah, sure. If food's involved, I'm in, but
If you can fast for a month, you can deal with anything else in the world.
I have trouble fasting during this meeting. In fact, we get chocolate.
Yeah, we have.
We didn't actually do so.
And I probably.
Next up.
Matthews.
I'm here today because I'm a teacher. Over 30,000 people in Gaza have been killed. That number includes 13,000 children who have been brutally murdered by the Israeli army during this genocide. I cannot even look at my own students anymore without thinking of the children in Gaza. I cannot stop thinking about the hundreds of thousands of children that have been displaced, are starving, are dehydrated, or are injured and without access to medical care. I cannot stop thinking about the 13,000 children in Gaza who will never learn anything new again because they were killed by the Israeli army using weapons bought by US taxpayers like me. How can Nyack remain silent and therefore complicit in the murder of children and of innocent civilians? Do children not have the right to safety and freedom if they are Palestinian? Do children not have a right to safety and freedom if they are Black and brown? As the late Toni Morrison, who lived right here in Rockland County, said, the very serious function of racism is a distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. The truth is, the fact that I have to come here and plead for a ceasefire resolution is heartbreaking, unfair, and racist. I should not have to explain why we should have to act now to save the 2.3 million people in Gaza being indiscriminately bombed and denied access to humanitarian aid. I would much rather be finding ways to support Palestinians in healing from the incredible loss that this genocide has inflicted upon them. I ask you, how long until every child in Gaza is safe and comfortable in a classroom that is not a tent? How dare you delay even more by sitting idly? Do what we elected you to do. Be our voice now in supporting this ceasefire resolution to demonstrate that Nyack believes in peace and liberation for all people. Thank you.
Andre Alves.
Hello, my name is Andres Alves. Mayor Ren, I think I spoke with you outside a rally in Nyack a little while ago, briefly outside of Casa del Sol.
Yes.
And you told me to keep it peaceful, and I responded saying that is our entire purpose. We are asking for peace. Our intention is peace. I've been rallying every single weekend since, doing the best that I can with my voice, and we are asking you to use your voices to help us amplify a simple ask. The simplest ask, which is just asking for peace. It's symbolic. We know you don't have the power, but what power do I have with my voice? And to ask you guys, I can't go to President Biden. I can't access them, but I can access you all. So I'm asking, I shouldn't be begging you, asking you to do the decent thing, please. Consider this strongly and immediately. Disingenuous. In 2022, Amnesty International, human rights organization, found that Israel is an apartheid state. This is before 10/7, and this is in relation to since its inception in 1948. Human Rights Watch found the same thing in 2021, multi-hundred page documents, well-researched. An apartheid state, that is a crime against humanity. In 2021, the same year, B'Tselem, B''Tselem, human rights organization within Israel itself, found Israel to be an apartheid state. This all started before 10/7. Before 10/7, for years, Palestinians have a high rate of nutrient deficiency, mostly affecting children, pregnant women, and postpartum women. The same population mostly, it's actually the entire population now, but this population is what's being targeted by Israel, the children and the women. This famine that's going on right now has been going on for years. When a country occupies the occupied, they have a responsibility to them, to provide them water, food, access, electricity. The borders have been closed since 2005. We are asking for the decent thing to do is to please, as a board collectively, speak out for justice. We started this meeting talking about the children here, or actually some people who are homeless here. And we have a housing crisis here, less access. Over 80% of the houses in Palestine have been destroyed. Millions of people. This is not political. This is human decency. And right now, politicians across the country are braver to support Israel, but when it comes to asking for support for Palestine, is it because they're brown, Muslim? What's the difference when we cry about 40 beheaded babies that did not exist? I've seen babies, children, women beheaded, videos, photos by bomb, and not a word from our people in this country. Silence because we're too afraid. Stop being afraid. What they're going through is worse. Speak up for justice.
Isa Ochman.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Ochman. I am a Nyack resident. And yeah, I guess I'll just get into it. So while I'll be speaking about events since October 7th, I would like to point out that this conflict and genocide has gone on way longer since October 7th. It has existed since 1948 with the first Nakba that was inflicted upon Palestinians.
Can you speak a little bit louder? Sorry, your message
Yes.
is muffling.
By the first Nakba was inflicted upon Palestinians by the Israeli settlers. But for the simplicity of this, I'll start with October 7th. Since October 7th, 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, 70,000 Palestinians have been injured, and over 500 are starving and or facing illness. The overwhelming majority of these are civilians, not Hamas. Israel has used weapons such as unguided dumb bombs and white phosphorus. And I want to point out that white phosphorus used in highly populated areas is considered a war crime. Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world with a population of 2.3 million and a population density of approximately 14,000 people per square mile, which is very similar to London. 47% of Gaza's population is children. Children. Israel's use of unguided dumb bombs and white phosphorus in such a place is killing, injuring, and displacing thousands upon thousands of innocent civilians. Due to Israel's bombing, only 13 out of the 35 hospitals in Gaza remain semi-functional, leaving many without medical aid. The Human Rights Watch has stated that Israel is actively failing to comply with the United Nations highest court by blocking humanitarian aid, such as trucks containing food and medical supplies, from entering Gaza. As a human being, I can't stand by and watch these atrocities fold without doing something. So instead, I stand in front of you and beg you to accept and pass the ceasefire resolution. As stated before, the ceasefire resolution states that the village of Nyack condemns the killing of civilians, collective punishment, and all forms of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, and urges the Biden administration to call for and facilitate a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and urges the Biden administration to send and facilitate the entry of humanitarian aid to Gaza, and calls for the release of all hostages and political prisoners, and urges elected officials representing the village of Nyack to call for a permanent ceasefire, the entry of humanitarian aid to Gaza, and the release of all hostages, and be it further resolved that upon passage, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to the Office of U.S. President Joe Biden, the office of U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer, the office of U.S. Senator Kristen Gillibrand, the office of U.S. Representative Mike Lawler, the office of State Senator Bill Weber, and the office of State Assemblyman Kenneth Paul Zabrowski. Listen, I know that you guys cannot call for a ceasefire directly, but you guys are connected to people who can. So please just pass this resolution. I'm begging you. I know that other people are are just asking you, but I'm begging you as a human. So please.
Sophia Oden?
It's awkward. Thank you. I am here as a resident of Nyack. I'm here today to call for a ceasefire resolution, a permanent one, to say that we, the town of Nyack, sit here with power today. We hold power to put papers on our representatives' desks, a resolution for ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. One proposal may not make a difference, but as many towns and many people come together in hands to call for peace, we can make a difference. We beg you to accept a ceasefire resolution, for there are hundreds of trucks waiting there with food and aid. They said they're reaching for those in need as the people of Palestine starve and shrivel without access to the basic cornerstones of life. We demand you to acknowledge the loss of human life, to mourn the losses of children, women, men, family, and friends alike, to see how silence kills nearly as much as funds that are sent for weapons of war. This is no defense of their country. This is a genocide, however much they use plausibility in place of absolute truths. We bring this aiming for at least appropriate assistance to be let in, to give the bare minimum to these people, to bring an end to this for the children, our children around the world. We bring this to you, so please consider.
Skylar Hamrick?
So, I have a personal request. You don't have to. The sound on your phone, the alarm is a little disturbing given the subject matter. If you would mind just.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Let's pick something random. I'll fix that right now.
Thank you. No worries. And I appreciate you hearing that. My name is Skylar Hamrick and I've been a Nyack resident for 5 years. I am a teacher of young children. I am a Jew. I am heartbroken. And I'm here alongside others who are desperately seeking representation from our elected officials. And I do appreciate that the board wishes to hear concerns of Nyack residents. And I understand that the board does not wish to engage in matters that are not within the mandate that you have to manage the affairs of the village of Nyack. I want to remind the board that in response to October 7th, the town chose to hang flags for Israel and held a candlelight vigil in order to, quote, stand with Jewish friends and neighbors here and across the world. Now today, I imagine each of you knows it's been spoken of, but I will say it again. This morning, while hundreds of Palestinians were waiting to receive humanitarian aid, which is a basic human right under international law, as they waited, the Israeli military opened fire on them, killing more than 100 Palestinian civilians and wounding more than 700. And as of now, as of today, the civilian death toll in Gaza has surpassed 30,000 people. Men, women, children, babies, infants, families dead. All those who have remained alive are now starving to death. So I am going to quote from a statement that the Collective Jewish Voice for Peace made to speak to this particular form of starvation. These are the same tools of these are the same tools of intentional starvation and mass slaughter used in past genocides, and which we as Jews recognize as used by Nazi Germany in the Holocaust. Many of us grew up with images of emaciated people starved in ghettos and concentration camps. And today's images from Gaza are a rattling echo. So this is why I'm here this evening to call upon the Board of Trustees and the town to please sponsor a vigil to honor the victims in Palestine and hang their flag and honor them and support your town's Palestinian residents, Palestinian Americans, neighbors, brothers, sisters. In the wake of October 7th, you sent your prayers to all of those who were suffering in Israel. What will you do to support your town, your citizens who are suffering here and now? And I mean it as a sincere question, but you do not need to answer it now. I thank you for your time.
David Ross.
Oh, no. Stop that. I think that's, I'm sorry, I tried to change. I don't know what happened. I'll fix that. Thank you for bringing it up to me. I apologize. It's just sensitive of me. I'm just, it's again, these phones confuse people my age.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Ross. I'm a resident of Nyack. And, I didn't really know what I was going to say when I came up here. I am, my family's Holocaust survivors. I lost a lot of family during the Holocaust. And I'm not going to repeat what my Jewish brother in the back said about the fact that who violated the ceasefire. I don't want to get into that. But I think that something's missing here from the people who spoke is the fact that the Hamas, who violated the ceasefire, has also been terrorizing its own people since it took over Gaza in an election and a bloody civil war with its own Palestinian people. And since then, they have used money and funds that could be used for housing, for food, for infrastructure, to build tunnels, to buy weapons, and do all of these things. So I think if you want to have a legitimate discussion about a ceasefire, there has to be a legitimate discussion about removing Hamas. And no one's mentioned that. No one's mentioned the fact that Hamas terrorizes its own people. So if you want to get to the real root of the problem and deal with solutions and have a two-state solution and have people live together. And by the way, in the Middle East, there was only one country where Jews and Arabs lived together in peace, Israel. 2 million Arabs, 7 million Jews live together. And also the Israeli Knesset, there are Arabs who serve on the Israeli Knesset. It is representation. I'm not saying Israel's perfect. I would be fine with Bibi Netanyahu being gone. I don't like him as a leader. But if you want peace and if you want everything like that, then you have to acknowledge the fact that the Palestinian Authority and Hamas fight each other as well. And the Palestinian Authority has problems with Hamas also. So if you want to get to the real root of the problem, you have to root out the people that are ruling and terrorizing their own people, as well as the issues that you have with your Israeli neighbors. I didn't interrupt anybody back there. So I don't think it's fair. And I frankly, I don't think it's appropriate. I weep for the Palestinian people, just like I weep for the Israeli people. And I do note that during this time, the Israeli people and what happened on October 7th and the deaths and the babies that are still being held hostage are really a footnote or in the margin of the people who spoke. And I think it's important to get together and understand that you can't just go to one side or the other if you want to compromise and get a solution. Thank you for your time.
I want to thank everybody. I know this is a very emotional, obviously it's a very difficult topic to talk about and people have very passionate views on this. So I do appreciate that people have been respectful of each other speaking. I realize that sometimes someone will say something and you'll want to respond, but we're not having a debate. This is a public comment being directed to the Board of Trustees. It's not an opportunity for you all to engage with each other. And I say that respectfully, and I say to everybody, I'm grateful for the decorum that we've been able to maintain during this. So thank you all for that. Who's next?
Pavi?
Yeah, I pass my turn to whoever would like to respond.
I would like to mention that.
If you want to come up, if you want to give you 3 minutes. I'm not, I know, but I'm not gonna, if you want to come up and say something, I'll give you a minute or two, but we're not gonna have.
It'll just be quick.
Yes.
I just want to mention that Hamas started because of Israeli settlers coming into Gaza and occupying Gaza Strip and displacing Gazans. It started, listen, I'm not trying to defend Hamas. I don't support Hamas.
No, sorry. All right, everybody, we're not gonna lose this. All right, no problem.
But Hamas started because Israel invaded Gaza. That's why it's there. I really want to like hone in on that point, that if we want to deal with Hamas, then we first need to deal with Israel, which was the start of Hamas.
Okay, thank you for. And I'm just gonna remind everybody, I just thanked you for that, and we've now had, we had both sides got a shot, so we're now even, and we're gonna stop it there. Who's next?
James Ross.
Hi. Thanks so much for your time. And I, like Joe, am challenged by phones, but I did write my comment on my phone, so it can be done. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the ceasefire resolution. Oh, by the way, I should mention I am a resident of the village of Nyack. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the ceasefire resolution. First, I'd like to thank you all for your work on behalf of our village. We all appreciate what you guys do. And I know this is not part of your regular responsibilities. However, unfortunately, our national leaders have not been able to do the right thing in this case, in the face of the horrific war crimes being committed in Gaza. At least 30,000 have been killed, with more to come for sure. Mostly women and children. They've been killed by bombs, by shells, and now by starvation. You can look on your Twitter feed and see all kinds of starving babies, and it's an awful thing. And please recall that a couple of weeks ago, all the nations in the United Nations voted for a ceasefire, except for the United States and Israel. Therefore, we need people like you to speak up, as other municipalities have done, in hopes that our national leaders can hear and bring us to an end of this horror show. So thank you very, very much for your.
Sammy?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, hi, my name is Fanny. And I just want to talk about the ceasefire resolution. Israel has been targeting Palestinians and ethnically cleansing Palestine for 75 years. I just want to mention, since the January 26th ruling of the amount of aid trucks entering Gaza decreased by 30%. And now 2,000 aid trucks are waiting outside of Gaza and not being able to get let in. This genocide continues to be swept under the rug because it's not directly happening here in the US, or because it's labeled as too political. What we are witnessing is not something that is a debate, it's a genocide. The US government is using our tax dollars to supply Israel with weapons and billions of dollars that are being used to murder Palestinians. After the massacre in Al-Wada Street in May 2021, Human Rights Watch found that there was no evident military targets in the vicinity. And Israel had stated that there was military targets in the vicinity, and that's why they are targeting these certain areas. They didn't give any warning to anybody, and 44 people were murdered. But the Human Rights Watch did find that 1,000 kilogram GBU 31 series airdrop bombs were imported from the US directly to Israel. If you have no empathy, do not care about the thousands of civilians killed and are currently being murdered or starved, you should care where your money is going to. We're funding Israel's healthcare, and we don't even have free healthcare for ourselves. We want to be focusing on our children's education, but we cannot focus on our children while our money is being used to kill other people's children. We cannot better our country while we destroy another country. Although you say this is not an issue of the village of Nyack, it is, even if it's not direct. We are proposing the ceasefire resolution to you because you have the power to make a larger impact. We cannot just go to Gaza or go to Biden, so we're asking for your support in the ceasefire. Being neutral is being complicit to this genocide, and we want to free Palestine. Thank you.
Ruda,
Sure.
Christina Farrell, Emily Finer.
Good evening. I don't have prepared remarks, but I'm here in several different capacities. First, I just want to say, as a former member of this board and a former deputy mayor of the village of Nyack, I remember my first or second meeting here, introducing a resolution, a memorializing resolution, and this is a memorializing resolution, and I think it was about the nuclear freeze campaign. And I remember the older, more experienced members of the board turning to me in a very patronizing manner and explaining to me why this was not an appropriate resolution to bring before this board. And even telling me that there had been an agreement amongst board members not to bring memorializing resolutions. To which I responded, that doesn't bind me. I wasn't part of that agreement. And what I learned over my 2 terms on this board is that if you are a leader, you have to lead and you have to take positions on issues that may not impact the village directly or seem to be right there, but that is your job as a leader because people elected you to be their voice. And so you have to give voice to what people are asking you to speak about. And you've got people here who are very eloquently speaking out to you in horror that billions of our tax dollars are being used to commit a genocide. So I would say to you as a former board member, this is absolutely your role. It has been done historically by this board. You need to choose when you use that tool that you have. You need to strike a balance. You don't only want to do memorializing resolutions and never pass, rent control, but you need to be aware that your voice is important for your citizens to have raised up. But I'm also here as a very proud daughter of a Jewish World War II veteran. And he taught me a lot about what it means to be a Jew and about what it means to be a veteran and what it means to be a peace activist. So one of my earliest memories is of being at a very late meeting of the Orangetown Democratic Committee in 1967, where there was a huge floor fight about whether or not they would pass a memorializing resolution calling on an end to the war in Vietnam. And they all yelled and screamed at one another. And I have to tell you, I'm really proud that my parents fought for that resolution, that they took me there to see that fight, and that they worked hard to end that war. And I hope that my two Jewish children, their grandchildren, will be proud of me that I have been spending Sunday afternoons on the corner calling for a ceasefire. It horrifies me as a Jew that this is being done in my name. It horrifies me that Joe Biden tells me as a Jew that I am not safe anywhere if Israel's not safe. I live in this village. You keep me safe. 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 I live in the state of New York. I expect my state elected officials to keep me safe, and I expect my government to keep me safe. And that should be for every person, whether you are a Jew, an Arab, a Muslim, a Baha'i, to tell me that the only place I'm safe and the only way I can be safe in this world is if Israel is allowed to carpet bomb and kill and genocide people is so offensive to me. I ask you to use your voice. Vote yes on this resolution.
Amy Samet.
Hi, so I didn't come here to speak today. I really just came here to listen, but I can't stay silent. There was a ceasefire up until October 7th. I don't understand why one of the previous speakers can't also recognize that the young adults at the Nova Music Festival, the residents of the kibbutz, they woke up on October 7th, brushed their teeth, got dressed like any other day, and they were raped and or slaughtered for the simple crime of being Jewish. Where is the outrage that there are still over 100 Israelis still being held by Hamas? What is happening in Gaza is absolutely horrifying. War is horrifying. I blame Hamas. Just because there are some very vocal people here speaking out about the resolution, that doesn't necessarily mean that the majority of the residents in the village feel the same way. The squeaky wheel doesn't always need to be greased. I greatly appreciated Joe Rand's Facebook post this morning that is not the village of Nyack's place to take sides in this conflict. Thank you.
Jackie Breslin. Okay, so thanks for letting me speak on this. I have come before this board in the past on a resolution to save the Hudson River from the radioactive waste dumping by Holtec. I'm here as a member of the Rockland Coalition to End the New Jim Crow tonight, here to support the ceasefire memorializing resolution for justice that is being proposed tonight. I am a Jewish person. My parents lived with bomb threats back in the early 70s here in Nyack when they rented a lighthouse that doesn't exist anymore for their art studio. And I'm a sympathizer with the people of Israel who were attacked and the people of Gaza who are under constant attack. I have had this kafia for 40 years now, and I've been a pacifist for my whole life. I cannot bear to bear witness and to watch what is happening. Someone I know extrapolated this. The population of Gaza and the numbers of people killed, which equals a percentage, to the same percentage to the population of the United States, and that using that same percentage would equal approximately 19 million people who would be killed here in the United States. If we can think of this in a different way, many people think that this is just a small number of a population that is being killed, and it is a huge number. We know that what is happening is genocide, and I would love for you to support this resolution. It would be fitting for such an inclusive and ecumenical town to hold a vigil ceremony for the people of Gaza. I know that you cannot change what has happened, but you can support a resolution. Your voice as a town board is important. Thank you very much.
All right. Is there anybody else for public comment? Please come up. You don't have to sign up.
I would just like to close out the meeting with this quote by Martin Luther King. The ultimate tragedy, King once said, is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that by the good people. Thank you.
All right, I want to thank everybody for their thoughtful contributions in public comment. I appreciate everybody maintaining a constructive approach to discussing the issue. And I respect the passion and the seriousness with which you articulated your feelings on this. We don't technically have an action item on this. We've had them ask us to pass a resolution that they've drafted, which we do not have in our packet, although we have a copy of it. we don't necessarily have to take it up. We don't need to have a motion to talk about it. But I would suggest out of respect for the people who took their time to come down here and sit through 2 hours and the other issues that we discussed before we got to it, I think we should we can talk about what they've asked us to do and give our opinion on it. I'm happy to, I've already given mine publicly. I'm happy to reiterate that here as to where I stand on this, but just not to then go to our resolutions and they have to, because we could do it at the end as part of new business, but I think that would be disrespectful. I'd like to just address it since they just put it on the table, not as a resolution, but as a discussion item. So I will start. If anybody else wants to give their thoughts, they can do it. I'm going to read a little bit from the statement I made today publicly that I put out. And I might adjust it based on what I've been listening to tonight, because I want to explain why I will not support a resolution for the Nyack Village to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, excuse me. Simply put, as a matter of principle, I do not believe it's appropriate for the Board of Trustees to pass resolutions on issues that are not within the mandate that we have to manage the affairs of the Village of Nyack. My position doesn't have anything to do with the merits of the proposed resolution. I would not support a resolution taking the other side of the issue, which has been articulated by people here tonight. I would not support a resolution expressing support for Ukraine or the proposed funding of Ukraine currently considered by Congress. I have personal opinions on those issues, and I might express them publicly, and I'd be happy to discuss those issues with anyone that cares to discuss them with me. But they're my personal opinions, and they're not the official positions of the village. I believe that the people of Nyack elected me and the trustees to manage the affairs of the village, managing our budget, overseeing the municipal operations, maintaining our infrastructure, and so on. And yes, that does at times mean articulating an official perspective on policy issues that directly affect the village or its residents. But I do not believe that those people of Nyack elected me or the trustees to assert a foreign policy for the village of Nyack or to issue symbolic resolutions articulating our view on public policy issues that are not directly related to the management of the village. I realize that not every Nyack Village Board, as my friend Emily Feiner pointed out, has hewed to this principle over the years, and I believe reasonable minds could disagree about whether this principle should apply. But I just don't think that that's what a village should be doing, and I disagree with the city of Newburgh and the city of Albany. I do not believe that village boards should opine symbolically on issues that do not relate directly to their mandate to manage the affairs of their municipalities. I respect very much the effort that this group is making. And again, I take no position on the merits of the proposal. But as a matter of principle, I would not support if a resolution was moved and seconded and we could vote on it. I would not support a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Anybody else want to comment?
I think very well said, Joe, and I have nothing to add to that. I 100% agree.
I will just a few comments. So I know it was referenced about us putting the Israeli flags up after October 7th, which I do still think it was the right thing for the village to do. Obviously, it was done as a unilateral decision, not with consultation of other members of the board. But since we are in a space where we can right that wrong, I do also feel the interest of fairness and showing that there is more than one viewpoint within our village. We should be interested in doing something to recognize the loss and suffering that has happened in Gaza. To bring a couple points that was brought up, this did not start on October 7th. And anybody who's studied history, who knows the history of the conflict, knows what has happened to put us to this apex right now. It's the same thing we saw in Jim Crow. It's the same thing we saw in Rwanda. It's the same thing we saw in South Africa. It's the same thing we saw in Ukraine. It's the same thing we saw in the USSR. And we can go on and on. Bosnia and Herzegovina, many places where we've seen ethnic cleansing, people being displaced, people being removed from their home. This is not new. it's just not, it's not new, and it's something that I know we've all been striving towards, which is to have peace. And I think that in the going back and forth as to who does what and when the first bullet was shot, we lose that. We often talk about how violence continues to beget more violence, and we should be in place to stop that solution. But that involves everybody putting aside their differences and coming together. Until we all recognize that if you are Christian, if you are Muslim, if you are Jewish, we all have claim to that land, and we all are we're all interconnected with each other, and we can't have peace if one of us is falling behind. And that's often what we see in all these different spaces and all these different genocides that have come up, whether you are Ukrainian, whether you are South African, whether you're Black American or Jewish American and so on, or even Japanese American. So I see this kind of as a starter to a conversation, and I would welcome everyone with opposing viewpoints to have a conversation without rhetoric, without animosity. That is what the FOR stands for. That is what other faiths believe in, and we should be looking towards peace, and that involves us stop taking sides with one another. And hey, there could be time when, hey, maybe during Ramadan, we should all be breaking fast together. I don't know, but I do think in an interest of fairness, in an interest of recognizing different viewpoints in our village, we should do something. I don't know if this is the thing we should be doing. I think that's something we should discuss a little bit more. I think we should hear more viewpoints from different people in the village on this. But I do think we should be fostering the idea of peace and reconciliation that has been in the village of Nyack for decades and centuries. We should remember that before anything else, that whether, you know, who started what, we should be remembering that we should all be fighting towards peace in some way. So that's all I gotta say. I'll get off my soapbox. I don't know what I don't know what that should look like. What the form should be. I'm not sure what the form should be, but I do welcome thoughts of everyone in the room, including the Jewish Federation. I know there was a forum done at the Holocaust Center in RCC. I'd like to see something like that maybe done in Nyack. It should be a joint thing. We should have our friends from the Muslim community also come, both in Valley Cottage and in Suffern. I just don't know what that looks like yet, but I'd like to explore that idea.
Okay, I agree with that.
Very well said.
The Fellowship of Reconciliation has a Jewish ED now, Ariel Gold, and we are hosting an iftar during Ramadan. And we would like to extend a welcome to every single person in this room to join us. And I don't know how to get, maybe I could get your contact and set the word out. It may be 2 weeks from yesterday, but to be continued, and thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else from the board of trustees on it?
I think I agree with those parts. Thank you very much. You're a rock star. I know, my God. But I agree with that. I would like, because those flags were flown, and I believe that it is only fair to come together and to do something. A resolution, I'm not sure if it's that. I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's really important to figure out how we could shed some light on this, and more importantly, try to work together to figure something out. But I'm totally in agreement with that. I think we have to do something. I think we should do something.
I mean, and even with that, every year we do interfaith event that happens around the Thanksgiving time. Perhaps it needs to be more than once a year. Perhaps we should try to do it 2 or 3 times a year, because we do need to foster some level, like if we can't agree on things here in Nyack, which is thousands and thousands of miles away, we are not helping anybody. We are not helping any hostages. We are not helping any children starving. We're not helping anybody if we can't even come to some agreement here. So.
Yeah, I would like to say that the speakers have basically presented one side of the issue. There's another side to the issue. And I don't want people to come away with the, understanding that we all agree on what is happening and the solution in Gaza. Okay, it's a multifaceted issue. And
Genocide. Yep.
what's that?
No, hold on, we're done with public
Genocide.
comments.
Occupation.
All right, this is what we have not done and we're not going to do.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that to everybody. I'm saying that to everybody.
This
He is speaking, the time for the public comment is over. Everybody's been very respectful to this point. I'd like that to continue and let trustee Carlin, make his point.
Yeah, I listen, but I don't have to agree. I'm very sympathetic to both sides. However, there are many, many facts that have been brushed aside. And I don't want to go into them right now, because this is not the forum. I don't think it's the place of the Village of Nyack and the Board of Trustees to delve into such an issue, which frankly, we don't have any standing, we don't have any impact, we don't have any, but there are other people that live in the village that will disagree with one side and the other people will disagree on the other side. And I don't think it's up to the village to foster some type of, I mean, we could do it privately. There can be organizations that can do that, but I don't think it's up to the village. This is a very, how would I put it? A very volatile issue. And I don't think it's up to the Village of Nyack, up to the Board of Trustees to weigh in on it. That's my, I mean, I could pontificate here for an hour about the situation, about my feeling, but I don't want to do that.
I would simply make the point that we respect First Amendment rights for people that wish to make rallies, who want to have a vigil, we don't discriminate on the basis of any kind of viewpoint when it comes to that. So, you know, I want to make that clear. Sponsoring is different from, well, at least my intention would not be to sponsor any kind of event.
I do just want to point out, just as a, you know, in the interest of fairness, the village did take a point, it's the side.
Exactly.
Guys, I don't know that. Sorry. Okay, I'm just saying that when flags got put up, just like we did for Black History Month.
Yeah.
We took a position. I didn't agree with that. I can't say that it was something that we all kind of discussed and, you know, we didn't really vote on it. But unfortunately, even though it did happen, it was a viewpoint that the village took. And that's why I say in interest of fairness, and, you know, I do feel like it is our job to foster some level of community amongst each other. There should be a balance to that. Otherwise, that's why, you know, we don't do memorializing resolutions. That's why we have the flag code as neutral as it is.
Right.
And we shouldn't, you know, pick and choose when we follow those things based on certain decisions.
That was a different board at the time.
I recognize that, but it still happened, you know.
The fact that it happened in the past doesn't mean that'll happen again.
It wasn't that far in the
All right.
past, Joe.
I'm only gonna close this down because I don't think we'll resolve anything in terms of if there's something the village can do that recognizes and respects the impact that it's had on the citizens of Nyack and on people in this community. I think that's an appropriate point to make and to respect to show concern for victims of violence. I'm saying, I'm just letting people know. People are free, people in the village, people outside the village are free to hold their own events. And I don't think those events necessarily require governmental sanction. And I'll leave it with that because I think that I want to make sure people know that if they want to have an event, we approve events all the time throughout the village on village property. All right. I'm going to close out that conversation. There's no motion to gavel. So we're going to move on to the rest of our agenda. I'll give everybody a minute who's doesn't care about our audited voucher summary. I'll give them a moment if they wish to take leave.
Good night, Manny, thank you.
Oh, no way.
All right, everybody, we have a meeting going on. If you, want to leave, you're, please, don't.
So quietly.
Yeah. All right, action items. That's where we are, right? Yeah, we're at the action items. Resolution 2024-27, the resolution of the village board accepting audited voucher summary. I'm gonna ask one more time.
Guys.
I'm gonna ask one more time. We're having a meeting.
Conversations outside, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. All right. I don't have a gavel, but that was pretty good.
It was good.
My fist, I did all right. I don't want to break my phone. Oh, I see. You have like some sort of gavel set. I don't think it's good. All right, can I get a motion for the audited voucher summary?
Motion.
Any discussion?
No.
All in favor of accepting the audited voucher summary? Motion carries. Resolution 2024-28 to adopt the local law of the code to allow applications that request simple or basic sign design changes to be reviewed and approved by the building department only. That was the subject of a public hearing earlier today that was opened and then closed. Can I get a motion? Get a second.
Second.
All in favor? Any discussion? Sorry, any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, resolution 2024-29, approving a street closure for Saturday, June 1 for the African American Day Parade.
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you.
Oh, yes, you can have, we have public comment on the resolutions. Yes, go ahead.
Is that I'm a business owner, if you look at the calendar of all the days that streets of Nyack are closed, for those days, the businesses cannot do business. If you look in the calendar, how many reasons, how many weekends, the days the streets are closed? And then take that into consideration, please. Because weekend after weekend, the streets are closed for one reason, one parade or another.
Your point is well taken. We have about probably 8 or 9 different large scale
And we have
street closures during the
52
season. Huh?
52 weeks in a year, right? We have the holidays that
Yeah.
are, we have Thanksgiving and Christmas and some other holidays that they are closed. But then the rest of it, if you count, how many weekends is left that people can do this?
I do, can I, yeah, it's
Yeah, go ahead.
parade, at least for the African American Day Parade, I think we say everyone, it is a partial street closure, and because of a lot of the constrictions that we have, it's also a modified parade route, so we're not closing down as many streets as we used to. And then on top of that, where the area of the parade is by the park, so it shouldn't affect any businesses. And if it does, it only affects you guys for maybe 2-3 hours.
This is not one of the
Yeah.
large scale.
Yeah, it's
street-
not a large scale, it's not on Broadway, it's not closing down Main Street, it's not a large scale, it's only a temporary for like a few hours.
That's perfect. May I request that all be taken into consideration for the other street closures to be conducted over maybe on Franklin or Midland when there are no businesses, if there is supposed to be a parade or something to be moved, not in front of the stores, and so people cannot come to town and park and shop and stuff. People who are intended to go to the store, those days they cannot come. If these parades can be moved to Piedmont Avenue or to residential streets.
Parades generally don't take like an hour. Parades generally don't close streets for very long. I mean, most of them are in the morning. This one happens to be around
But then
noon.
they start saying you cannot park from 5 o'clock in the morning till evening,
That's you're conflating parades and other types of street closures, but your point is well taken. And we have had conversation, we had a long meeting about this a few months ago where we did talk about about trying to control the amount of large scale street closures in the village. And it's a work in progress, but it's something that that we're trying to balance a lot of competing interests there. So we appreciate you making your point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jack, not to put you on the spot, but we do have a chamber member here. I know there has been a lot of discussion amongst the chamber. So maybe you should connect with them and maybe attend some of those meetings. I know you're not the only business who has had some issues with a lot of the street closures.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Oh,
Motion-
thank you, Andy, for all the work. Sorry, I meant to say that.
Motion 29 carries. Motion 2024-30 resolution to approve a permit application for an event by Andy Minifield. This is the event that, we passed.
We just talked
Did we
about
pass this one or did we just?
We did.
We passed
With the
it?
fire, yeah, we did that one.
We passed an amendment to the one we did before. We passed an amendment to this resolution. We didn't actually pass this. We passed a different one before. All right, let's do it again to make sure we do it right. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Can I make an amendment to this resolution to include the reference to to the fire pit and the appropriate safety measures being taken? Okay, with that amendment made to the resolution, any other further comment?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. 2024-31, to amend the standard schedule of fees with regard to emergency snow removal from sidewalks. Andy, can you give us some flavor on this?
Simply, the village code enables the village board to set an administrative fee for the runaround associated with getting a sidewalk cleaned when somebody's failed to do that. It hadn't been set, and I don't know how long. And so this resolution sets it at $50. This is in addition to the labor materials required to actually clean a sidewalk if we have to order that on an emergency basis. Because it happened a couple times this past winter, I thought we should go ahead and just set the fee so I would know how to handle it in the future.
All right. Any questions? Or did we put this on the table? I remember this. I asked for the flavor, but I didn't say, can I get a motion?
Motion, second.
Second, discussion. Andy's described it for us. Anybody have any questions or comments on it?
Yeah, I do. The code says that you need to clean up your sidewalk or your whatever 24 hours after the cessation of the snow. So I think that should be part of the resolution.
The code says that already. We're not trying to change.
You're not changing the
the
code.
code.
We're just changing the
snow
fee.
removal. This is just setting the fee that we charge for an administrative runaround when we have to do it ourselves.
Okay.
The code makes reference to the village board trustees, a resolution adopting a fee schedule.
Right.
But you haven't done that, and like Andy said, for some time, so that's what you're doing.
Okay.
You're not changing the code provision at all.
So the code already covers for the village to clean
Yes,
up.
yes,
after
as
24
per village board resolution, who will set the fee.
Right.
You haven't done that.
Okay. Snow. And I think it's dangerous. I would get DPW to do it for you.
Oh, got you. Oh, okay, got you.
Oh, they do?
So wait, what if it's not dangerous and we just want to pay it?
Why don't you ask it louder so people can, it's a fair question.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, for anyone who's still listening, I just wasn't sure when and how this is applied, like, I wasn't sure if it was just for like some of our public streets or, like village owned property, or if it's, how, but Andy explained that it's done when he feels there's a dangerous condition and DPW will go in.
And just to be clear, the $50 is the small part of your bill. Because you're also paying for DPW labor, DPW equipment, and if Manny decides to issue a fine, you're gonna pay for that too.
And it's not as a courtesy curbside service, which is the more facetious question I asked, so.
In other words, you should clear the snow in front of your house when you have a chance. Within
Do it when
24
it's light
hours.
before it turns to ice.
Before it gets icy. All right, any other further question, comment? Yes, public comment on the resolution, yes.
Yes, on that, talking about the DPW, I think they could do a better job, finding where for the runway for the firehouses. Cause every time they just leave a mess and, fire truck just.
Take that offline with Andy, just to reference what we were talking about. I don't know if there's a specific space that you think is not being well handled by DPW clearing.
It's just the whole runway.
Bring it to our
It's
attention.
just the runway, they only clear part of the runway, but then the entranceway when we have to run in through the firehouse to get onto the truck.
Yeah. Well,
Full of ice and all that, and we end up slipping. We had like 3 guys from Chelsea.
you can bring it up outside, you can bring all this up outside the meeting. You're not really asking about the resolution. That's why I don't mean to cut you off, but it's, want to try to keep us focused on these resolutions to get through them. We have a motion, we've had discussion, any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Is that unanimous?
Yes.
I thought you said nay, I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say nay.
No.
All right, that's unanimous, on 2024-31. Resolution 32, authorizing the permit for the use of the Nyack Senior Center for a meeting of the Nyack Community Garden. This is an extraordinarily controversial one. Can I get this, on the table? Any discussion?
No.
Dare I ask?
I-
Why it's so
No, I'm
controversial?
joking, I'm joking. We've had like, this is the easy one. This is the easy lift.
Well, if you don't, pass it, you may,
It may become.
you may get some tomatoes.
It's incredible.
Are they fresh?
Oh, they rotten them up. I didn't realize this was you, John. I'll go with you, Jack. That's good. All right, so yes, we're gonna do this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
2433, authorizing the permit for the use of the Nyack Senior Center for a meeting of the Rockland County Pride Center. Can I get a motion? Second. Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion. Another controversial one. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. 2434, Village of Nyack, resolution authorizing a permit for the Grand Fondo bike race to pass through the village streets. We have to do this every year so they can have the right to drive through the streets very fast and for their bike race, which will be Sunday, May 19th. Can I get this on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
What time will this be?
Lessons.
It kind of runs.
Oh, it doesn't have a time.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot
Oh,
to
it's
put that
okay.
down. I could double check it. But
Okay.
It's, I think it's fairly early.
It is very early for a couple
Yeah.
hours,
Been a
but there,
problem.
yeah.
I just need to make sure I'm not around.
They don't close the streets.
No, we don't.
It's not a street closure. It's just that they just need they need our permission to ride through for a race event, to ride through any, they get it for every municipality on the road.
Same day as the street fair.
Oh, great.
What's that?
Oh, is
Same
it?
day as the street.
Yeah, that's my question. Why can't, Jack, is
That's right. They go down Piermont Avenue
Yeah.
and then they go up Ford.
does it affect the street fair?
They just foul up parking in the morning. That's all they do.
Just wondering if they could coordinate, maybe,
Yeah, you know, something that's beyond,
It's a big.
beyond the beyond.
Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. That's 2434. 2435, calling upon the governor to increase aid and incentives for municipalities, the AIM funding. I got an earful of this. Can I get it on the table?
Motion. Second.
I got an earful of this when I was at the New York Conference of Mayors in January up in Albany. About the fact that the AIM funding has basically not moved. Yeah, it has been increased and it really does need to be. And so NICOM asks all the villages to pass this resolution to basically lobby. It's a form of lobbying in favor of the increased funding for the village.
If it makes you feel better, because I wrote it, sent, I just remember I wrote
There you
it.
go, that's fair.
We did send a sign-on letter from my work to the speaker, asking also for an increase as well. But yeah, I
We'll
won't
see.
get into the details.
It's been a long time since they've raised it, so maybe this will be the year.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. 2436, Board of Trustees to issue a request, an RFP for the Village Summer Camp Program. Can I get on the table?
Motion. Second.
This is basically just to create the RFP. We do this every year to get the Nyack Summer Camp Program. And it's up for bidding, so multiple organizations could, if they wanted to, compete to run the Nyack Summer Camp Program.
For that RFP process, are we looking to expand our RFP, given some of the concerns we heard from Kim to sort of close the gap that they're possibly running?
So that's part of your budget deliberation.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
that's my email via, not an email, Jen.
Yes, yes, it's in my file already.
Okay.
All right, can I get, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion 36 carries. We've already passed 37 and 38, so that's it for the resolutions. Time for department reports. We do not, we had a quick police department meeting, and that was on the phone. Andy, we had a telecom problem trying to get on. There was no major news or anything. The thing people have to realize is that we don't get updates on pending cases, so we don't know what's the things that people have come up with recently. But we have had a lot of success with them. We've seen them a lot more around the village. I see cars parked. I see them walking around a little bit more, which has been very nice of them to respond to our concerns about that. Village administrator.
There's one other resolution which you might want to vote on, which is to set public hearings for the amendment of the planning board and the veterinarian thing. I think you guys are taking a little bit of a pause on the ARB one.
Yeah, the ARB one, we want to talk about some more.
Yeah. So, but you can set a public hearing of April 25th for those two others, and we could.
Can I get a motion to set a public hearing for April 25th for both of the other two proposed legislation pieces?
We'll keep the ball
Any
rolling.
further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. That would be, I guess, 39 and 40. If we did them separately, since I guess we have to, they're two separate legislation pieces.
We don't need to number those.
Do I need to number them? I was keeping track so well, and now you tell me it's not necessary. I added the numbers together. All right, village administrator, the Memorial Park stakeholder meeting update.
Just want to quick run through that. Thank you. The park has been making great progress with capital project we're working on down there. A lot of work by the contractor, a lot of oversight by our office and the DPW and others. There are a number of items that we discussed. I just wanted the village board to be aware of. And if you had a comment on, feel free. This is fairly prosaic stuff, but picking the color of the playground surface, our committee wants the blue versus the green or the brown.
And that was the strong suggestion of Marcy Decker.
Stakeholder committee, I'm not sure. who
Yeah,
was.
Marcy was the one that really loved the
She
blue.
camping that was, could be, yeah. I think pretty much everybody liked it though, so.
Yeah, it's different.
So if you guys are all right with that.
I know, I
For the
could,
blue versus green?
yeah. Marcy went, I said, it's the first time she's ever gone for anything over green.
So
But
she's on
yeah,
that.
she said brown will look bad after time, it'll blend too much.
It's fine, as long as the kids.
What else? There's some big ones coming up though.
We want to install hookups for food trucks, as we discussed a week or so ago. In that location on the left, as you come down the driveway, after the little storage shed. Inlet. So that's, I think the board talked about that a little before, so we've got that on the list. We did submit a grant actually to Lowe's for getting money to build a shade structure by the splash pad. I don't know what the results of that are yet. But the recommendation of the committee was that we try to pursue solutions for more shade by the splash pad, because it gets pretty hot over there.
The daycare kids, thank you.
Yeah. You know, they don't earn it, so
I mean.
they can come.
They're like 5 to 10. They don't need a permit, maybe.
There's an opportunity to work together to improve a picnic area just outside the playground, between the playground and the basketball. We looked at that and the committee supported pursuing that, didn't have any specific.
Pursuing that, but putting like some chips or something on the ground.
Yeah, in the
grass.
meantime, we'll finish the project out with picnic tables there. But it has the opportunity to be developed as a patio that would cost more money and require more planning and design and fundraising. So, but it's an opportunity for the future.
Baseball field.
And there's gonna be some effort around pollinator, more plantings around the playground. Looks like the pollinator group has been successful in getting a grant from Orange and Rockland. They can help fund some nice plantings on that steep hillside by the playground, which has been an erosion problem.
The pollination people are very passionate
They're
about
great.
pollination.
A lot of support there from the
really
ecological landscaping kind of approach.
Ecosystem.
They recommended regarding the baseball infield that provided we have enough money to remove it, we keep the backstop for pickup games and stuff, but the infield clay area be put over into grass so that it's uniform and people can do whatever they want in there. But it wouldn't be clay because that creates more of a maintenance task. It's not really a proper baseball field anyway, and so the committee felt like we could abandon the clay in favor of grass. Is Jim Wilcox still here? No, it's him.
This was a subject of some
Yeah.
lengthy discussion
That's
about
why I
it.
made it to the village board, so you know, because there had been
And we want,
discussion before.
we should make a decision on this soon, and we should try to get some input from the public on it, because we did decide that we haven't, because we don't have the funding yet to do one or the other, but either we have to clean up the clay, or we gotta pull it out and put grass down. We want
I'm
to
hoping we're gonna get a decision right now.
the committee wants to take out the clay, and I'll explain why, and I went back and forth on it, and I keep going back and forth on it, because it's not an official baseball field by any measure, because it doesn't have an outfield, and it really can't be used for Little League other than T-ball, and T-ball is generally often played on grassy fields, not on fields with base paths. The base paths do have to be maintained, or else they look like crap. And they do make it look like a baseball field instead of looking more like an open grassy field. But the backstop is still there, so people want to play catch with their kid, and kid hits balls, and the balls don't go into the basketball court, the balls don't go into the playground or anything like that. So we kind of cut the baby in the middle with it by getting rid of the infield, but also keeping the backstop. And I think it's a fair compromise. I mean, put it this way, if someone said, well, what happens if people play baseball and they wear out the grass by running around? I'm like, if that happens, then then we know that we made a mistake, that people are using it enough for baseball, but the Little League won't use it. And
Practicing there.
they won't use it for anything.
Yeah.
I just don't know how much demand there is of the people in the community for a baseball field. And I hate losing it, because I know we lost the one up on Haven Court. And so it stinks to lose a baseball field, but I mean, I spent a lot of time in the park, and I don't see a lot of people playing a baseball game. I've seen people pitching to their kids and playing catch, but not playing a baseball game that would require, remember, it's not a purely clay infield, it's just a clay base path, so it's still grassy, most of it anyway.
I'm in favor of getting rid of it. I do hate when it gets dusty and you just get, like, you're laying on the grass listening to music and then you just got dust over your face. It is pretty annoying.
It makes sense,
Sorry, Joe.
Joe, how you described it.
No, I know you really.
No, I came out in favor of getting rid of the
Just
clay.
disclosure on that, so you're not disappointed. There's a small possibility that our funder will insist that we maintain the clay. But we're talking with them about it. We don't think they will, but it's always.
Are they a big baseball fan or something? What are they?
Because our original scope of the grant proposal included rehabbing the clay infield.
So we might be stuck with it. All right.
Just so you know.
After all this, it's like you convinced me to go out for like pasta, and they're like, "Oh, the pasta place is closed. We gotta go get sushi." Like, I got my appetite all set up for pasta.
Sushi's good too. So
I played Little League on that field when I was a kid. That was a great field to play on.
I played soccer on that field when I was a kid. Does that count?
Well, but that's the point. No, people your age didn't play baseball anymore. That's why we're getting rid of the baseball field.
So
All right, anything else from the?
lastly, the committee would like to see tree planting kind of along the edge of the basketball court over towards the skate park. And so our landscape design interest group is gonna formulate some more plans around that and work with the Nyack Tree Committee and start putting some saplings in there. It'll help increase a little bit of the shade in the side of the field there, so,
All right,
without really obstructing the view.
anything else?
So if you don't object to any of those positions, we will implement.
Any objections to blue and picnic tables and more trees?
I think
Get rid of the
like
flag?
should be like hot pink, but.
That wasn't an option.
That was not. Yeah, don't ask me about color because I'll be overridden by my wife.
All right, anything else from the village, yes,
I also circulated a memo about our paving plans for the spring.
Yes.
I want you to know that this is a fairly complete plan, but it is subject to some change as we get more cost information and take a closer look and talk with our highway experts about the specifics of the roads. But the list is here in your memo. There's nothing, it just involves looking for the streets that are in the worst shape that are not those streets that are about to have water line work in them, because we don't want to pave a road and rip it up for the water line or gas lines for O&R. And so the paving plan does not include some of our most atrocious roads, which are like Central, between 5th and 6th, Marion, Jefferson, First Avenue, a chunk of Bird going down to Broadway. All those we're going to keep patching for another year or so while we wait for the water line project to tear them up and we can put them back together once and for all, make them beautiful. So this is the road paving plan. Go ahead.
Can I make a comment? And I had requested this when Upper Main was being paved. The corner of Midland and Main, right at where the
I know that storm drain's a little low.
Yeah, that sewer, and that causes people to veer into the oncoming lanes heading east. So if that could be raised, that would be great.
Which street?
Corner of Main and Midland. By the,
Okay.
by the Montclair, if you make a turn, that sewer grate is low.
Oh, there.
I'm just trying to picture campers, but I take your word for it. So
You have to make a
you're
turn,
aware of it
you
though.
just hit it. You don't have to turn, you just come through the light, you're gonna nail it every time.
Yeah, unless you move over to into the.
Well, that's
other
what
lane.
I do.
We'll look at it. We'll look at it. All right.
And this, like, obviously this is way long term. But because I just learned so much about it today and I'm very curious. I'm going to keep bringing up all the things I learned.
Really now, 10:30, you want to bring up the
Yes,
with
we
the
should
gravel,
be,
the
yes,
asphalt?
we should be using more recycled asphalt in our streets. It'll reduce our CO2 emissions and it'll reduce our costs. But we can talk about that a little later, but I didn't want to put that in your head.
Don't we do that?
See, that was.
We only use 10 to 15%, but we should really be using 30 or more. That's what New York City does.
Wow. That's a great idea. And very succinctly expressed, which I do appreciate.
Don't worry, I got you. It's late, I know. I know.
That's the mantra for the rest of the.
We'll check see what the state contract has.
I know, that's why I wanna,
Yeah.
we'll talk more about it, because it's a state thing that's an issue too, which I'm gonna try to change.
Anything else, Andy?
That's it for that memo. Hold on one second.
Oh, please, find more, Andy.
Andy, I just wanna remind
I'm
you,
just so fed up.
It is all
I just wanna remind you that we have meetings every 2 weeks, so anything we missed this week, we definitely can pick it up again in 2
When
weeks.
my dad did serve on the same board, he did say that he never got out before 11.
Listen, I took the hit for the first week because I feel like I had put too much stuff on the agenda. The fact that this one's going along, I don't feel like this is my
Two
fault.
numbers for you.
Okay.
One is
They better be short 2-digit
the
numbers.
big numbers. Wait, where'd the numbers go? One of them is 67,500. It's a grant that we got for mapping our MS4 system.
All right,
Excited about that.
that's good news.
And one of them is 520,000.
Better.
Which is a grant we just got for working on the culvert in front of the DPW, which is.
Oh, that's so important.
Wow.
That's great. That's wonderful.
Are these reimbursed grants or?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
very little village money, 52,000 on the big one from village coffers. I
So we're actually
the
gonna
other
get some
one,
work done on that culvert. That's good.
Which is the culvert,
it's a FEMA funded project. Where kind of like the beginning of Nyack Brook comes out from behind Walgreens, it crosses under 9W, goes across the front of the fire department, the DPW, and kind of cuts over towards Catherine Street. There was a big disruption there from a flood that disconnected the pipes, caused erosion, caused a sinkhole. And it's been kind of patched together over the years. But they're paying for a complete replacement of that culvert system. So I'm excited about that.
All right. Two very good numbers.
Those are
That's
two
good.
numbers.
All right, well, listen, you could, if you got $500,000 grants, we'll stay here as long as you can read them out. All right, nothing else from the village administrator?
That's it for now.
All right, speaking of money, I think we do have for once a village clerk report, do we?
We do. So you guys have, the general fund and the parking authority financials, from June and through January in your packets. Both the parking authority and the general fund are in really good shape this year, which is really wonderful. Hasn't always been the case since I've been here, so I'm really excited about that. If you have any specific questions, feel free to reach out to me. Not tonight because my brain already shut off.
Oh, mine's sharp as a tack. All right, thank you for that, and thank you for pulling those together, and thank you for the good news that we're doing pretty well in the budget this year. That's good news. When we're getting it, we have to start setting some dates for the budget meetings, right? When are those, April?
Next meeting, we'll lay out a schedule for the budget workshops. You and I should talk about that.
Yeah, we should, and we should probably get the dates out, get people as soon as we can. So that's good, that's April, we do that, right?
Yeah.
We do like 3 meetings in April to go over the budget?
Yeah, a couple extra meetings.
All right, do we have any other reports? We'll get public comment in a minute. We did old business, we did have a work session that was at 6:30, like 8 hours ago, this evening. That we talked about, some issues. I think we resolved that we're gonna look very closely at the waterfront, text amendment. As the waterfront district text amendment, as well as, the DMU district construction issues. And there were some other things that we passed along that we'll continue to look into. New business. I think if there's new business, we can continue it over to next time. Communications, let's take the communications for next, we'll carry that over for next week. There's nothing. We're working on it, some trash issues on, people aren't, sometimes they put their trash out in the downtown district before they're supposed to, and the trash is there for a day or two before it gets picked up. It's very inconvenient, very, very disrespectful to the neighbors. All right, we're at our last, do we have an executive session tonight?
No.
We do not, okay. Then the last thing is, if there's any further public comment, and you had a question.
Yes, I wanted to know if the village was doing anything to, any exploration or discussion to bring the Nyack, the downtown Nyack is really going down. I've lived here 37 years. And the other night when I wanted to go to dinner, I parked my car and was going to a restaurant 1 block away with my bag. And I personally, and I've lived here, I know the streets of Nyack like back of my hand. I was scared. I ran back to my car and went to the grocery store to buy food to take home. I did not go to the restaurant because I got scared. Is there anything being done besides all of these fine and dandy stuff that you guys are doing? That is great. But is there any discussion, exploration to have to change Nyack to, as it is going downhill?
Yes.
You were scared because?
Because I saw people that I had not seen in Nyack, that I did not feel safe. They were, I feel like I was getting stalked, and I ran back to my car. And the streets are empty because people were not around. It's winter evening night, and the streets are very, people are not coming to Nyack. The other people were not around, so that I feel safer too. So.
I'm sorry you experienced that. It's something that we're working on every day. We're well aware of the fact that we've
And I
got,
don't think bringing a dispensary to Nyack is gonna help the issue either. We have to see what Nyack wants, what kind of businesses Nyack wants. Who are we catering to? What kind of businesses are we allowing? Are we allowing more bars and dispensaries and more selling of the paraphernalia of this, and that's what we want? what the people, the population of Nyack, Upper Nyack, South Nyack are paying all these taxes want. You
Okay,
know, so these like, you have to think about what we are inviting into Nyack.
okay, thank you.
Can I just say that, we do have a meeting on March fifth with for the Chamber of Commerce
Yeah.
to talk about the whole downtown situation.
We've had a number of these meetings and it's something we talk about a lot and we are focused on intently trying to bring more businesses to fill some of the dark storefronts. And also working on the safety issue and the security issue. So
The dispensary didn't have to have public hearing, is that, you know, or who are we catering to? Because
the dispensaries are regulated by the state, not by us. So we opted in 2-3 years ago. So there will be dispensaries when they get licensed and they're able to put in. If you want to talk about it more, we can talk about it offline. But we have to close up. I know, Dominic, I know you had a public comment, right? You want to come up and talk? You're here 4 hours.
Thanks to Manny.
Did I not tell you to come here? I told you to come here after 9 o'clock.
No, you didn't.
I got a text, I can show you the text.
No. Manny, I'm here because I'm not even on this agenda. I'm here to talk about the CO that I'm trying to get. I was here in October and I was rushed off and I was told that we'll get back to you. I was not asked to come back to a meeting and I haven't heard from anyone. And now Manny's ready to write the CO for my building and he's holding it hostage until he gets from you if I can get a waiver on the fee extension. Right?
Waiver on what? Waiver on what?
He wants a waiver on the fee extension. He had a building permit. He needed an extension of the building permit because there were some delays, many of which were caused by
So
utility.
the first one, the elevator, as soon as I ordered the elevator, due to COVID, 52 weeks.
To get
Day
the-
one to get the elevator. They didn't deliver it for more than 62 weeks. So that was one issue.
So he needed to get an extension. There was a fee to get an extension of the building permit.
Which is not incidental.
This
And
is $7,000, $8,000, $11,000.
Something like that. And
that.
it's quite frankly not in line with other towns at all.
I wanna, let's make sure we focus on this, because he stayed 4 hours to make sure he can make this point to us. I wanna make sure that we give him the attention. The problem is that you're not the first person to have to pay for an extension of a building permit, and it's part of the code. That we
Right,
have to
okay,
pay for
however,
extension.
fine. So I brought electrical power into my building, 600 amps. In lieu of doing gas and electrical, which means that the power has to come underground. So that's an upgrade to the town visually,
Yeah,
right? I had to get a street opening permit. Goes to Orange and Rockland. Orange and Rockland sends you guys the street opening request. It gets thrown back to Orange and Rockland, unbeknownst to me. So no one's telling me what's happening, but I'm requesting this road opening permit. 7 months go by with Orange and Rockland. I find out from Orange and Rockland through supervisor after supervisor, it was denied by the town. By this town, by the village. It wasn't until I started screaming at Manny that he got it approved because there's no way other than going underground. So is that my fault?
I have a question. Dominic, Manny, you created, how many residential units? Is this part of that multifamily?
Yeah.
Were you required to set aside, affordable units?
Yes, one.
Okay, forgive me, man, because you asked me about Dominic's situation, we went through the code, I don't know if I found this section before, but in chapter 120, are you subject to chapter 120, the affordable housing?
I have to put one affordable.
Yeah, I think you are, it's 10%.
Yes.
So under 120, hold on, because this may abbreviate.
Yeah.
We may not be able to resolve it tonight, but this is a section, and I apologize to Manny, because I went through it with Manny and I couldn't find anything to address your request. But I think I found it now, 120-1, of our village code, and it's paragraph C, subparagraph 13, subparagraph A, and it reads, quote, when a multifamily development contains 10% or more affordable and workforce units, the village board, village planning board, and or village zoning board of appeals may waive certain application fees for applicants proposing to build affordable workforce housing units in the village of Nyack. End quote. So you have that power. It doesn't obligate you, but you have that discretion. That's all I have to say.
And that's for anybody who builds subject to the affordable housing requirement that they build, that they do build affordable housing.
Right.
They have, in some ways, they have to build the affordable housing. We're saying if they do build the affordable housing, we have the leeway, the discretion to waive, or actually the zoning board does, the planning board does, or
Village
us.
board, planning board, and or the,
And we can waive certain
or the ZBA may, so it's discretionary, waive certain application fees. If they're falling under the affordable housing and they're complying with it.
I mean, we had this.
But yeah, this is all, and I apologize to Manny.
We haven't thought about it. We
Manny
haven't.
met with me and I went through the code.
All right,
I
why
didn't
don't-
see this,
All right,
because I only looked at the zoning code. I apologize. I did come to me, I researched the zoning code. I didn't research affordable housing.
or you want to do this? We'll put aside the issue of the whatever is owed for that, all right? We will either make a decision to waive it if we confirm this, which we're looking at on the spur, I know, but it's a long code. There might be other provisions that say other things. So we want to make sure we want to make sure we nail it down, all right? And we can continue to look at that issue because I don't think we're prepared to make a decision.
I don't want to keep kicking this down the road.
But I will say this, here's what I want to say to you. We'll take that up. We won't hold the C of O over you on that issue. I'd be willing to say, let's go ahead and issue the C of O, but we're not waiving yet, and we may not waive the fees, but you need the C of O. So go get the C of O.
I want the C of O.
Get the C of O, I'm not saying we're waiving the fee. We might still have to fight over the fee.
All right,
That's all right?
I'll tell you this, if you don't waive it, I'm not building in this town anymore. I'm serious.
I think that we can have that conversation.
No, I'm serious. I've had it. I'm really, I just told you about a major delay. Dennis just read you black and white letter code. I want a ruling on it.
I'm saying to you, I'm saying, let's get the C of O so you can go ahead with your building. And we'll immediately take up the issue and make sure that we confirm this. And
Right,
then we will
okay.
have a discussion.
Just bear in mind.
We're not charging, I'm not saying give me the money and then maybe we'll put in escrow. I'm saying we'll work on the money.
What we through so far is egregious. All right, just to get my CO, the amount of work that I've had to do and deal with the town to find out that my application for my connection has been sitting on, you don't even know what that has done to me in costs.
Dom, you're talking past the sale. I just said to you, I'm willing to say, let's give you the C of O and we'll
Okay,
fight.
but I'm venting on you now because I'm upset about it.
I know, but
Right.
and I appreciate you. We were here for 4 hours, so I'm giving you the chance to vet. I'm just saying to you that is everybody okay with that? That just, let's, we want to still resolve the money issue because and it's just a matter of precedent. It's a matter of precedent. It's a matter of making sure that we're fair to all the people. And
Just make sure it may not just be the money that's holding up the CO. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Say that in ignorance.
Don't let the money be an issue.
Don't declare the village is gonna issue the CO.
No, I'm just saying,
You're
don't
not-
let that be the thing that holds
Manny's
it
been
back.
promising me the CO from last week, first Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then today, I gotta go talk to you guys tonight, which is why I'm here. I'm not even on this agenda.
I know, I thought you would come in to talk about a public comment, which you did.
Yes, well, yeah, so this is not how I wanna conduct my business in town. I don't wanna have to go and do this. I shouldn't have to.
All right. I'm trying to make an accommodation.
Take the win.
All right, for now, we'll pick it up later. But let's see if we can get in the C of O in the meantime, all right? If all the other stuff gets resolved. All right, and thank you, Don.
All right, good night.
Any other public comment?
I have
Yes,
one request.
sure, just stand up,
Christine.
sir.
Christine Driscoll. please keep commenting on Facebook and sharing information like you have been.
Really?
Because it's, yes, again, you and I have already bantered on this once, but it's so informative. It's something we haven't gotten before. And like, I was thinking about when Annie was talking about the roads and not paving them, right? So it's like, sounded like I heard like a year or so of like some water line patching and crap that's gonna happen. Bummer, but whatever. But it makes sense, but you sharing that kind of information to the rest of us, so when we are driving to town and we're in a hurry, we're trying to get to our jobs and work and not find parking, we're like, oh yeah, Joe told us it's gonna be like this for a little while, and it makes it a little bit easier pill to swallow when we know what's going on.
Thank you.
So just wanted to say, keep sharing.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other public comment? Now I'm happy to take as many public comments as people want. Any other similar public comments to that one that people want to join in? Nothing else? Yes. All right, we do not have an executive session. Anything else? All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
I got one, I got